такий фактор, який заохочуватиме українців повертатися, тому що заробітні платні будуть зростати досить швидко до великого рівня. Але це така, так мовити, це найбільше, що я можу сказати, з огляду на цифри, які ми маємо на даний момент.
Дякую. У нас ще одне питання з аудиторії.
Дякую. Ігор Онищук, проект Поляріс. По-перше, дуже дякую за таку чудову презентацію. Вражений. Щиро дякую. Коротка теза ще щодо браку кадрів. Особисто також вважаю, що це значний і великий ефект на відбудову, особливо на мультиплікаційний ефект. І по моделі Леонтієва, і навіть післявоєнній Німеччині, і в Кореї. Ми бачимо, наскільки кваліфікація робочої сили впливає на мультиплікаційний ефект. Якщо масова перекваліфікація, наскільки вона збільшує цей показник. Тепер в мене два питання. Перше питання, чи дивилися ви, чи розраховували певний поріг критичної маси, скільки потрібно інвестувати в будівництво, щоб оцей ріст набув саме експоненційно зростати, щоб у нас був конкретний ріст. І друге питання, як на мене, воно дуже важливо. Які, на ваш погляд, інституційні і політичні передумови потрібні, щоб відбулося це мультиплікативне зростання? Щоб це не було тимчасове пожвавлення, а був стабільний економічний ріст. Що повинно політичне керівництво робити і які принципи повинно закладати, щоб відбувався цей мультиплікативний ефект і ріст? Дякую.
Так, питання величезне. Дуже дякую за два питання, дуже величезні питання. З одного боку, не головна проблема, одна з головних проблем, звичайно, чи зможе економіка абсорбувати цю велику кількість грошей ефективно. Чи зможе українська держава так само розпоряджатися цими грошима ефективно? Ми пам'ятаємо, пару років тому Мустафа Наєм, який був міністром в уряді, сказав, що в принципі більше 5 мільярдів вони ніколи не змогли абсорбувати. Більше 5 мільярдів він ніколи не бачив, якими треба було керувати. А ми кажемо про цифри, які в 3 рази, 4 рази більше. Тобто, чи зможе українське керівництво взагалі розпоряджатися цими грошима ефективним способом? Це питання, так? Це велике питання. Як я сказав, до війни українська будівельна індустрія виробляла в 2 рази більше видобутку, ніж 17 мільярдів. Вони виробляли десь 32 мільярди доларів на рік всього свого будівництва. Тобто довоєнна індустрія могла спокійно абсорбувати половину цих грошей. Що, звичайно, сталося зараз, це вже інша історія. І тому, звичайно, десятирічне планування, з одного боку, воно дуже ефективне, а з другого боку, мені здається, що процес сам може розтягнутися більше, ніж на 10 років. Тому що люди повертаються повільно, як ви самі сказали, змінювати кваліфікацію людей. Це додаткові кошти, додатковий час. Так, ви не можете бути просто працювати на крані або керувати якимось трактором без кваліфікації. Тобто, звичайно, друга проблема, друга така виклик для українського уряду – це буде керування трудовими ресурсами, перекваліфікування їх з одної професії на іншу, тому що потреби економіки будуть досить інші після війни. Це друге питання. Ну і третє питання, звичайно, яке будь-яка людина, яка слухає мою доповідь, завжди каже, щодо корупції. Так, яка проблема буде з корупцією? Ви кажете про ці величезні мільярди, трильйони, куди ці гроші підуть. Це, звичайно, завжди є перше питання в будь-якому заходному конференції, симпозіуму, так, про корупцію, щоб ці гроші не були розбазарені і так далі, так далі. А це, звичайно, вже в руках українського суспільства, яке має пильнувати за цими потоками досить щільно. Дякую.
Дякую, Владе, дуже. Я не бачу більше питань, можливо, в Зумі давайте перевіримо і, можливо, вже на наступної презентації рухатися.
Так, в Зумі я не бачу питань ніяких, тому, мені здається, нам час повернутися до другої нашої теми.
we can
Я переходжу на англійську назад, тому що Емі має розуміти, що я кажу, звичайно. Okay, so let's move on to our second part
йдемо
of
до
today's
другої
morning session.
частини
And I'm here
нашої
to welcome Dr. Amy Burnett
ранкової
from the Center for Enterprise
сесії.
Environment and Development
І
Research
з
in Middlesex
нами
University
доктор
in the
Емі
UK.
Бернет,
And Amy has
Центр
done quite a lot of work
підприємства,
on coastal reconstruction in a variety of conflicts,
дослідництво
interests, including Bosnia. And I think
екології
quite a
і
lot of experience
розвитку,
that she has gathered
Мідлсекс
and quite a lot of
університет, Велика
knowledge that she has
Британія.
accumulated over this time will
Вона
be quite useful for us
акумулювала
thinking about the
знання,
Ukrainian context
які є
and
дуже
learning lessons from
цікавими
other
для нас
places
в
that have
українському
suffered
контексті
wars and
з
also had to
інших
be
місць, які також
reconstructed
страждали від
afterwards. So
воєнних
I'll pass to
дій,
Amy
як
the
Боснія.
floor and I'm really
Передаю
looking forward
слово
to her
пані Емі.
Thank you very much, everybody. Can you just check that you can see that?
Чи
I can see and hear
бачите?
it.
Okay. I hope you're ready for a very colourful presentation today.
Дуже така
Yeah, so
кольорова
I think it's
презентація.
absolutely a fantastic segue from what Vlad's just spoken about to some of the
Отже,
ideas that I want
після
to talk to you
того,
about.
що розповідав
So I've
Влад,
always been
чудове
fascinated about the
продовження.
word regeneration.
Завжди
And I
мені
know it's a bit of a
подобалися
buzzword at
слова
the moment. It's quite
регенерація,
popular, but in a way that's a good
відновлення.
thing because there's
Це
lots of
хороша
discussion around what
річ,
does that actually mean in terms
багато
of
дискусій. Що ж це
positive
означає?
systems in our society. So my background is
Мій
I'm an academic,
бекграунд,
but I've also done
я
lots of
є
work working
академіком,
in communities in the global
також
south,
багато
on
працювала
decentralization
на півдні з
projects.
громадами,
for
глобальному
reconstruction projects as
півдні,
well. So I've worked in
проекти
Angola, I visited lots
реконструкційні.
of post-war
Я
African countries
відвідувала
as
дуже
well. So
багато
I do
країн
understand very deeply
після
the
війни,
challenges that face
тому я
Ukraine as
дуже
it seeks to
добре
build back.
розумію
So I
виклики
just wanted to use
України.
this presentation as an opportunity to kind of
І
think critically about
ця
what does build back mean,
презентація критично
and what does it mean in
осмислити,
terms of the opportunities to move
що,
towards
які
regenerative coastal systems. So
можливості
that's what I'd
відновлення.
like to talk to you about today. Just check. Yeah. So
Отже,
in terms of what we're going to talk about,
ми
I just wanted to
будемо
kind of very
говорити
briefly look at some of the
дуже
challenges that we all
коротко,
know that Ukraine is
подивимось
facing.
на
And then thinking about the
виклики
distinction between building
України
back and bouncing back and
і
regenerative futures.
різницю між
Thinking about how value sits within this discussion. So what's
відбудовою
being valued, what's
найкраще
being
і
considered,
кроком
measured,
на
and what impact does that have on how we finance the future? Thinking about the pillars of regenerative reconstruction, and then some kind of
основні
concluding
віхи
remarks about the way forward, particularly
на
around
шляху
how finance
вперед.
can embed regenerative value and perspectives so that there is positive reinforcing of positive tipping points rather than building back what
позитивні моменти, а
maybe is an
не
opportunity to
кроки
kind of think
назад,
differently about things.
можливість переосмислити певні
So
речі.
I don't need to tell you about the impacts that you're facing,
Я
but
не буду
there are
вам
multiple
розповідати про
interlocking
вплив
impacts as a result
війни.
of what's going on in
Їх
Ukraine
дуже
at the moment.
багато, вони
That might be related to
взаємопов'язані.
infrastructure. We talked about jobs in the labour force, and
Зруйнування
lots of people have left.
інфраструктури,
And that's also having a massive impact
втрати
on
робочих
nature
місць і
and the
також
environment as well.
масивний
But,
вплив на
This is an
природу
opportunity to
і
discuss positive
навколишнє
futures, so that's what we're going to try
середовище.
and look at.
Але
How you
сьогодні
kind of
ми
think beyond,
говоримо про позитивне
the negative and move towards positive things.
майбутнє, а про
So,
негативні
This
речі.
is based on some analysis that I did
На
as
основі
part of a recent
аналізу,
policy innovation
який
fellowship that I did
я зробила,
working with the central government in the UK.
працюючи з
And
центральними
I was looking at
урядами,
kind of what does it mean to move from one state to
що це
another,
означає
from a state of
рух від
disadvantage to a
однієї
state of
стадії
true
до
empowerment and resilience and beyond. And so you can kind of
стійкості,
think about
до збільшення
understanding
потенціалу,
what,
збільшення можливостей,
what is disadvantaged in terms of the built environment,
які
institutions, the
недоліки,
opportunity and the
інституційні, в навколишньому середовищі, можливість, що можливості фізичні, можливості ментальні, сім'я, дружба. Дуже багато шляхів. Ми не лише дивимося на стан інфраструктури, ми дивимося на всю структуру разом. Подумати, як можна переосмислити і по-іншому подивитись на допомогу, реконструкцію, відновлення. В деяких випадках, особливо в попередніх відновленнях після війни, тенденція заміщення того, що було втрачено, не завжди створюються умови для розвитку. Якщо ми говоримо про регенеративне відновлення, про підтримку циркулярної економіки, про те, що говорив Влад, про рішення на рівні громад. І одне з досліджень, над яким я також працювала, приймати рішення, беручи до уваги навколишнє середовище, не обов'язково зразу кліматична нейтральність, але рухатися в цьому випадку, в цьому напрямку. Отже, природа, навколишнє середовище, нульові викиди. Засоби для створення нових підходів до відновлення в Україні.
Yeah, for the sake of translation as well.
Okay, sorry. Okay, sure. So,
Отже, були академічні роботи в університеті Оксфордському і також в інших, і зверталась увага, як ти можеш створити щось, що позитивно посилює очікуваний результат, а не створює негативну спіраль. І є декілька шляхів. Наприклад, я не хочу на негативі фокусуватися, але на позитиві. Зелене відновлення, як ми можемо при цьому розвивати.
ecologically restorative recovery. And just very briefly, there's some research that we've been doing at CEDA, which is very, very much related to this area. We've been looking at value in the voluntary community social enterprise sector, how social enterprises can support health services and food systems, how you can create citywide community wealth building, and also thinking about the well-being economy. So we've got lots of research that we've done in this area that adds value to what I'm going to talk about. In terms of regenerative value, this is it's not a term that I coined, but I think it's a term that is very, very important to think about, as a definition of what does it actually mean, and how can this particular value be embedded into the systems that we want to create going forward. So I've defined regenerative value as when it's other forms of capital are used in sustainable ways, creating positive reinforcement of multiple social, environmental, and economic benefits. And there are various ways that you could potentially use that in the pillars of regenerative reconstruction. So you kind of would look at each pillar as something that's constantly reinforcing the other, so that you can move towards a kind of restorative state. So that might be through local procurement positions. So how does what you buy leave a positive environmental and social impact or on infrastructure? Thinking about cooperative models of ownership and democratic ways of doing things, skills development, etc. So there are lots of different ways that we can think about how, when we make a decision, does it try and work towards all of these simultaneously. But it's really important to think about doing this with purpose and being able to understand that there are lots of complexities behind it. I mean, some of the questions that were just asked about the labour force and the fact that there have been lots of people who've left, you know, these are kind of critical questions that are a reality check in terms of how to actually achieve this. So one of the things is like being able to kind of critically think and reflect regeneratively as a person and as a group as well, with who you're working with. So it's about governance, and it's almost like a kind of a way that it's a mindset to be able to kind of think like this. So that in itself will take skills and work as well. Being able to measure regeneratively, that means you have to have the right indicators, you have to have the right frameworks, you have to have comparative value measures as well, and commitment to measure and incentivize this. And it's really important as well to think about when people want to incentivize regeneratively, it's not just about money. Often it's about people's time, it's about reciprocity, it's about understanding and giving, it's about sharing essentially. So it's how can you embed that and incentivize that in new and innovative ways. And also there's so many wonderful examples in the UK, across the world, in Ukraine as well, about you know, positive systems that work. So it's about scaling them, it's about understanding that local context matters and that they're not necessarily going to be scaled in the same way. So, you know, including the rural, I'm very interested in rural issues in the UK, and they hold you know, their own challenges, but also they've got a real opportunity to kind of think about what does it mean to be prosperous in you know, in a rural context as well. So this is from a book chapter that I wrote in 2022. It's quite a simple diagram, but it just kind of shows all the different multiple dimensions of value that you might consider when thinking about what does it mean to value something. And what I think is important is that we try and find a way to understand how these values interact, and then how they can also create a kind of quantifiable regenerative value score, if you like. And that could be used to understand how and to what extent we are moving towards desired states, and then thinking about how we align our governance and our financing so that we can create more positive outcomes. So it's quite complementary to donut economic thinking and the idea of planetary ceilings. And I'm sure you're very aware of the donut economics model, where we have thresholds that we are going to exceed if we don't live within planetary limits, and we have to work within them. So that's essentially what I'm fascinated with, which is how do you measure value so that you live within planetary living limits, but also that you can express this as a kind of a measure through which you can show that you're progressing and incentivize others to do the same. I'm not going to go through this in any detail because it's got quite a lot of information, but this will be recorded and you can look at it in slower time. And also, I'm sure my presentation will be shared. But this is something that I've been looking at with in my policy innovation fellowship funded by the British Academy on the role of the voluntary community and social enterprise sector related to the question of what is its value, what is the value of the voluntary community social enterprise sector. And so in terms of thinking about how you might value that, there are lots of different ways that you can understand value, including different lenses that you're trying to look at it from, and then also a kind of, well, what's your main question that you're trying to answer by looking at it from this particular perspective. So I also looked at a whole load of frameworks and indicators, and there are kind of strengths and weaknesses in terms of understanding value from different perspectives. Some are well developed, some are underdeveloped, and there's opportunities to really start to measure and understand value a lot deeper so that we can better understand like how we're going to work towards what we need to. So this is this could be updated to you know, the Ukrainian context or any context, but essentially it's an idea about how you can positively encourage purposeful value chains. So essentially, it's if you kind of look at the regulatory voluntary measures on the left, that is looking at how you can kind of set legislation policy so that you can have positive carrots or sticks to make people kind of potentially act more sustainably or not. So that might be a taxation on something that's unsustainable, or you know, carbon taxes, etc. There's lots of debates on those, but just as a principle, that's the kind of the regulatory route. And then also you can have like a reward system. So that might be through an eco coin or some kind of, maybe some places use local currencies or ecosystem service payments to farmers and landowners. There's lots of mechanisms that allow you to be rewarded for acting in a kind of sustainable way that could be embedded into wider financing and recovery solutions. There's obviously like financial measures that you can quantify in terms of regenerative value, but there's also social measures. So how much time and skills and human capacity? Is it time banking where you share information, you share somebody's time with somebody else? So there's the financial and the non-financial. And I think that's really critical because often we value what is financially rewarding and we don't value the social aspects of it. So in terms of thinking about, you know, where there are communities that might have been particularly affected by a war, how can you start to think about the non-financial value of something to, you know, create ways that you can actually reward positive action as well. And then essentially, I know that we're probably going to be short on time soon, but these other boxes are basically trying to just say that if you had comparable indicators that you could compare in different places, recognizing that there is local difference, that you can basically start to integrate these indicators in a way that incentivizes change at scale, and that you can bank financial and non-financial value in a community savings bank, for instance, that could be used to then access new funding and incentivize further change. So that's basically what that's about. I appreciate it probably looks a bit complicated, but it just kind of, it's just one example of how you could kind of put together a schematic on how this could work. Vlad, how much time have I got left?
I think you're okay on time. You can.
Okay, great. Cool. So in terms of thinking about what these positive loops look like, so there's a lot of support. We do lots of work on SMEs, so small and medium-sized enterprises. In the UK, nearly over 99% of businesses are SMEs, which is basically a business that has got less than 249 employees. So you know, they are really critical to the UK economy and for Ukrainian the economy as well, to kind of think about how you can kind of work to support the smaller businesses as well, so that they can really kind of start to support community recovery and economic recovery as well. So, you know, what in particular can be done for those businesses, because often they are very much rooted and tied to their communities and the value chains in them. Anchor institutions like universities, hospitals, are key economic catalysts for local development. So obviously there'll be lots of partnerships working with them, but there is an increasing role that we're seeing in the UK for universities to catalyse entrepreneurial initiatives as well. So I think in terms of supporting anchor institutions like these, so an anchor institution is a large organisation that employs lots of people in a particular area. So, you know, working with them to think about how to think regeneratively is a real opportunity as well. We've talked about workforce development, how that requires, you know, training in green skills, economic literacy, regenerative techniques and regenerative thinking. As I said, sometimes it's a bit of a mindset shift in terms of thinking in a different way. And so that does require workforce development in that area. So thinking about local environmental bonds as well. So I mentioned about the Community Savings Bank, but maybe there could be local environmental bonds. So financing that's coming from major donors like the EU, maybe that could also be used to build regenerative local infrastructure and governance, and for communities to be able to access things like local environmental bonds or socially environmental bonds, because the war has had a massive impact on not only climate, but also, you know, the local environment. So it's absolutely critical that communities can start to think about how to move towards nature positive enterprise as well, so that there is an interlocking of these positive benefits going forward. And there's a massive role as well for things like cooperatives and mutuals to support a more community impact economy. So that's essentially in that area. We all know that it's democracy is often something that is, you know, it's critical to peace, but it's also really important to kind of understand how a democratic governance of the economy can be accompanied in any kind of post-war reconstruction. So as I said, like mutuals are really positive because they are in themselves a kind of very equitable business model as well. So thinking about how the business recovery and the small and medium-sized enterprises, the voluntary community and social enterprise sector can work with a wider move towards participatory governance at a municipal and national level as well. And I really believe that ecological stewardship and community ownership is really kind of critical in that process as well. And there are lots of positive ways that you can integrate ecology into rebuilding the fabric of place. So whether that's through planning and reconstruction, or thinking about the environmental impacts that infrastructure has on recovery. So, you know, that there'll be lots of things like roads and buildings that will be built, but there's a massive environmental impact. And in the UK, I think, you know, we've quite pioneering because we have biodiversity net gain. And although it's, you know, not every policy is perfect, but I think it's a good principle in the fact that it's trying to encourage a positive 10% enhancement on the environment and biodiversity when development happens. So there are lots of wonderful things that are happening all over the place in terms of nature positive development and regenerative principles. So I think that's obviously important as well. So just to kind of wrap up a little bit, so I've got 2 more slides left, and this is just kind of the recommendation based on what I've said about regenerative value and the kind of the mechanisms and the incentives and how you measure that. I think that it's really important to kind of critically think about the word building back and thinking about bouncing back, and there's a difference between resilience and regeneration. And so it's kind of, to what extent are there things that we want to go back to, and what extent are there things that need to be transformed or reconfigured. And I think that finance accompanies governance very, very, very closely, and they need to be brought together so that they are working in harmony. So, for instance, when there is grant funding, or there is social impact investment, or any other type of investment, but the investment that is generated should lead to this kind of positive return across these multiple capitals or multiple dimensions of value. So it needs to not only just create jobs, but it needs to restore ecosystems, and it needs to strengthen communities, and it needs to build resilience or recovery or transformation and preserve culture. They're just some examples, but it's looking at the investment and the potential outcomes of investment from a multiple dimensional understanding of positive change, so that we don't get siloed thinking, and that we genuinely at scale can move towards something that is the positive tipping point, so that we can change the dynamics. And I know that there are huge wider forces at play as well, that it's not as easy as I'm trying to make out, and I know that, but I'm just saying that to create genuine systems change, the donors, the investors, everybody needs to kind of work towards this shared understanding of what regenerative reconstruction looks like. So yes, that is my my recommendation. And I just wanted to also, this is something, Vlad's seen this already, because he saw me present earlier in the year at Oxford University, but this is my poem about regenerative systems, and I just wanted to share it with you, and encourage you to write your own poem as well, because I just think that poetry, songwriting, they're such wonderful tools to go deep within and think, how do I want to live my life? So let me read it to you. Regenerative systems are mindful and compassionate. They are respectful and authentic. They know and love your difference through genuine dialogue. They seek compassion and enable you in thriving places by holding a safe space in which to evolve healthy relationships. They're reciprocal, rewarding, and inspiring. They lead you to outcomes that are good for those around you and the natural systems upon which you depend. They support your higher purpose and the dreams you are meant to come true. They think before they consume. They mend and make do. They are playful and want you to create with them. And I know that it's probably not at all feeling like that in many, many parts of Ukraine. But it's a kind of, it's a poem for purposeful futures, and how through a shared understanding and commitment that we can work towards what we want to achieve together. So just to kind of close off, I think that a regenerative approach to reconstruction could offer a roadmap for the rest of the world. And Ukraine has the opportunity to, with others, of course, as well, to kind of work towards this kind of possibility. But I also realise that I may have sounded like I've been talking like I'm living in a utopia, and I know very clearly that it's a lot harder than that. So when we are trying to build back better, or we are thinking to regenerate systems, we need to critically understand, what does a thriving community look like, and who's defining it, and why are they defining it? Do we have a shared vision of what a thriving community looks like? What resources are there? Who has access to them? Who defines who can access them? Who is shaping a response beyond a core group of people who are working towards a certain goal? How inclusive is it? Is building a community causing people to burn out? Are the active change makers working in overdrive and who's looking after them? So they're just some reality check questions of my own, just to kind of add to this. And I want to thank you very much for your attention, and I hope that was useful.
Thanks. Thanks a lot, Amy. Fantastic and quite emotional poem. I'm going to kick off with questions first, and then I'll share the floor with Liv and people online. two sort of things. One is more illustrative because you mentioned some examples. We met during one of the workshops here in Oxford, where you and others presented quite a lot of examples of net zero kind of projects, and you've talked about various initiatives in the UK. What would be in your mind one of the most useful examples or illustrations for Ukraine, taking the lesson from the UK, from something that local communities have achieved so far? Sort of question number one. And the second question, probably broader and much more difficult, I think, is a bit question I've been posed. What are the necessary prerequisites, the conditions for this grand picture to actually be realized? Where would you start? What would be, building regenerative systems and regenerative resilience pillars? Where would you start if you were a minister for community building in Ukraine tomorrow? What would be your first most important priority? So 2 questions.
Thanks, Vlad. So as an example of net zero in the UK, we have a really great model of community energy. And I love the term community energy because it embodies not only actual energy infrastructure, but it's also the energy of community. And I think that second definition or understanding is often not necessarily applied to it, but it's a kind of wider definition that can kind of help. What is community energy? What does it enable? Where does it come from? What does it activate? And so thinking about these two understandings of community energy when thinking about energy infrastructure, I think is very important. And in the UK, it was supported, communities were able to raise finance from local investors or investors who wanted to fund energy infrastructure that was supported by community. So it wasn't kind of big utility companies. This was kind of community groups trying, they did a feasibility study for things like solar, in some cases hydro, so for renewable energy projects, and the government would basically incentivize with tax breaks the investment into these projects. And because these community energy groups were set up mainly as community enterprises, they had an asset lock, which meant that they weren't profit driven, but if any profit that they generated was given back to the people who've invested or reinvested into the community. So these entities have been able to continue to invest the kind of funding and the profit from some of these energy projects back into their local community. And that's enabled them to think about community projects like that relate to sustainability or other wider infrastructure. So there's been a kind of asset lock mechanism that was supported by the government, so that they attract investment in. Some of that goes back to the shareholders, but there is the kind of guaranteed reinvestment in this regenerative value thinking that I've been talking about. And I think that's a great model. And the tax system, there was a particular tax break associated with that, and there was also the feed-in tariff. So it was the feed-in tariff basically was the way that you can get funds. It was a particular tariff that was paid to renewable energy, and it was set quite high to begin with, and then it dropped off. So there has been a change in what were quite generous incentives around the feed-in tariff and tax breaks on investment, which have kind of changed how sustainable community energy infrastructure when the investment is. But I think that's a really good model, and I encourage you to look into community energy. If I don't know how much you've got that in Ukraine already, but I think that's a really good thing. And in terms of where to start and the prerequisites, as I said, I think governance is really, really important, as are the metrics. So I think understanding, almost like doing a kind of audit of, who at different scales, who are our partners, what are the kind of where do we align, what's working well, what isn't working well, how are we who's actually committed to this kind of thinking in our organizations or our communities. How can we find more ways to kind of partner with people who can bring this to life? So I think it's almost like a kind of an internal audit assessment of organizations and communities, and thinking like, well, what resources do we have? What have we achieved? How can we partner better? What are the ways that we can enhance our governance to kind of think more regeneratively, and have like critical questions at every meeting almost, and just kind of start small, just to kind of test, well, how far do we need to travel to actually get behind these ideas, and who's actually committed? Because there's no point in trying to just replicate something without understanding whether you're ready to replicate it. And that, I'm not talking about Ukraine, I'm talking about anywhere. So it's almost like a kind of I would start within and a kind of organizational level to kind of sense check, rather than thinking in a really kind of grand policy way initially. That's what I would suggest.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Amy. And before I pass back to the people in the audience, you might know, but Ukraine has, or you've mentioned as well, Ukraine has had quite a successful, though interrupted by the war, process of decentralization and devolution that has enabled financial resources to be returned and kept in local communities. Ukraine has always had quite actually much more balanced central to local government relationship towards finance than say England. But the devolutions, the decentralization reforms from 2019 onwards have enabled the communities to be more resilient when the actually occupation force came. And we've seen those examples of heroic mayors of those cities in southern eastern Ukraine who resisted the occupation. Some of them tragically lost their lives in that. But that was, I think, for me, that was a symbol of community resilience in a way that local democracy and also some financial power has actually produced quite incredible results. And I think we all hope that that will continue after the war. Do we have questions from the audience, please? I haven't seen anything. I don't see anything in the chat, but yeah, Hago, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yeah, and we can see you as well.
Great, thanks. Both Vlad and Amy, thanks a lot for interesting inputs. There was an interesting balance between the two, or contrast maybe. One very much into numbers, and the other one, although Amy, you also talked about KPIs or key performance indicators and measuring outcomes and so on. But anyway, my question is linked to well, measuring basically. And we've been, Amy, you talked quite a lot about value, and value is, from a philosophical point of view, it's difficult to measure. And I just for a quick introduction about myself, I'm an architect. I'm currently working in Ukraine with IOM, International Organization for Migration, and before that with UNHCR. But working with these projects where we are basically constructing housing for internally displaced, I've come across this dilemma in a way of what is value and what is $1 spent. Is $1 spent the same as $1 received? And I'm starting to think that no, it's not. $1 spent on communal housing is not the same as $1 spent on an individual house that you own yourself. And I was wondering whether any of you have thought about somehow, if it's possible to somehow have an indexing of value, whether you say, okay, $1 spent for the donor might mean something, but for on the beneficiary end, it can be more valuable than $1 or less valuable than $1. So my question is basically whether you have given any thought on the relativity of value in a way. Is it possible to have key performance indicators or measuring the outcomes? And you can always measure something, but how valuable is that measure in a way? Thanks.
Well, that's a simple question. Amy, would like to jump in?
Yes, I would like to say that I've also been thinking about the deep philosophical question of what is value. So I've been working with the Department of Culture, Media and Sport in the Civil Society and Youth team, looking at what, the question of what is the value of the voluntary community and social enterprise sector for 15 months. So I'd love to have a further chat with you about that. But one of the things that I have been working on is a tool which is now going to lead into a follow-on project with the British Academy in the UK, which is looking around, is there a need for a kind of a value mapper that could quantify the shadow value of things that are not currently measured, and then also be related to kind of a wider taxonomy of different indicators and things like that. But in terms of like the difference of value and the relative value, I think that's a fascinating question. And if you want to, I mean, obviously that's something that you've kind of coined and shared, but if you wanted to work more closely with us on how to kind of embed that into the value mapping tool that we're going to create, and how that could be used, more widely and maybe in your work, then I'd love to have a conversation about that.
Thanks. Interesting.
Yes. Obviously, the social sciences generally has been struggling with how to measure not just value, how to measure economy outside of GDP. Right. All my calculations based, of course, on official statistics within the concept of gross domestic product or gross national income. Yeah, measurable outputs in terms of monetary value at price. As I teach, of course, sustainable development, and Amy mentioned donut economics, there are a number of beyond GDP measurements and initiatives that want to value things very differently from dollar value or from monetary value. Donut economics has some measurements which are effectively trying to calculate the cost of consumption of natural resources. And they've kind of progressed through that quite significantly. On the beyond GDP calculations, I don't see that we have progressed that much. There's a lot of talks, there are a lot of books on beyond GDP calculations. There's happiness indicators. There are some things, but I haven't yet personally been convinced that we have progressed to the level that we can discard or add something at the same level of rigor that we have for GDP. I may be wrong, but haven't yet been convinced that we have an equally solid measure of value that value all the other things.
Can I jump in a bit as well? I mean, we have this buzz expression, "build back better" in Ukraine, and it's not just for Ukraine, but it's quite a common expression. But I find it very hard to find out what people actually mean by better. I mean, one is the net zero, which is maybe the topic of this session, but the better is very hard to actually identify, and it may mean completely different things for different people. So that's also something that I think we as an industry in a way or should be a bit more conscious about. What is it actually we mean by better? Is it more employment, or is it just built-in environment that is reconstructed or whatever? But anyway, I'll leave it at that, and thanks a lot.
Thank you
Just
so
Yeah,
much.
we've
We have a couple of questions as well in the audience. Amy, do you want to reflect more?
No, yeah, I was just going to say that, yeah, I completely agree. It's very, very subjective, and one person's definition is very different to another's. And also, it's a policy to, you know, the previous government and also the Biden administration used that phrase as well. And yes, it's not one without complexity.
Yeah, thanks so much. I wanted to comment from my side is that the presentation was great, and I think we learned another term which we could use, regeneration. I think we were not much using it for now in Ukraine. We had restoration, reconstruction, but of course regeneration is something new, and I think we will struggle with the translation of it definitely. In Ukrainian, I think it will be more like about energy, generatia or something like that. But still, yeah, the definition that you gave, actually what it means in the core, is very much appealing, I think, and important. I was really very much appreciating that you put environment also in, if not in the center, but in all your kind of slides and presentations. So thank you for that, because as an environmentalist, we always see, especially now, that environment is not, it's not the time, the proper time, it's expensive and so on. So thinking broader like that, including with all the social components which where it can be beneficial, is very much important. And I think the interdisciplinarity of the regeneration is huge. That's why my question would be, who are actually your allies in UK with whom you cooperate to move this this whole work? Because it is economic, social, psychological, everything all in one. And we are usually working in a bubbles. How to get out and how to find allies? Thank you.
So it's been a lifelong goal of mine to try and bring the social, the environmental, and the political / governance into one harmonized framework. Because, you know, even in some of the work that I've been doing in trying to bring it together, it's quite a kind of, there's a social value silo, or there's a kind of environmental biodiversity finance silo, or there's understanding small and medium-sized enterprises on the one hand, and then voluntary and community organizations on the other hand, without understanding that actually you can have a purposeful business that acts like a kind of community venture, and they're all interrelated, but there's still a lot of work you know, needing to bring some of these silos together. But it's work that's definitely in motion, and you know, I'm trying to do what I can in the work that I'm doing. But in terms of the nature positive side of stuff, so nature positive was a phrase that was coined. I think I think it's Nature Positive 2030, if you look it up, and then there's been lots and lots of research on integrating biodiversity into financial systems. So in the UK in 2021, we had the Dasgupta review, which was looking about the economics of biodiversity. And the government's been really supportive of this kind of nature positive policy goal. How it's actually translating in practice, there's always a kind of the difference between high level policy goals and how it gets implemented. But there's a lot of traction because there's the Task Force for Nature Related Financial Disclosures, the TNFD, that is pushing the nature positive finance agenda globally. They've developed a framework with different indicators and approaches, mainly geared at investors, but also for different sectors, how you can kind of start to quantify the dependencies that different sectors have on nature and how that should be considered in financial decisions. So, you know, when grant financing or any kind of financing is happening, ideally at a global scale, these kind of principles need to start becoming embedded. And there is a lot of work that's being done. But in the UK, you asked about who the allies are. It's a research council-funded project. We've got SME Nature Positive Finance is one of our projects. It's funded by the Natural Environment Research Council, and they have funded the Integrating Finance and Biodiversity Programme, which has got two strands. It's kind of looking at the economics of biodiversity and then how to integrate finance and biodiversity. And we've got lots and lots of projects which are kind of tackling this issue from lots of different angles. So there's a real groundswell of interest and drive to encourage biodiversity to become part of investment decision making. But still, I feel that there's a lot of room for the social impact investment landscape to work with this effort, because I still feel that they're not quite together yet, and they need to be. So in terms of impact investing, the Department for Culture, Media and Sport does lots and lots of work around social investment. So that's the real kind of in terms of the government department. But there's a whole load of wonderful organisations that I could link you up to if you're interested in some kind of knowledge exchange on these topics.
Thank you. We have two more questions, so we will try to be quick.
Thank you so much. I'll be in Ukrainian. Я Марія Лук'янова, програма
Paris program. Vlad and Demi, thank you very much for inspiring presentation and deep dive into green investments and green recovery. And I want to pay your attention that within the last year, it is so fast in Ukraine. A year ago, it was advocacy for integrating our communities, gromadas, and today they are already making action plans, and it is in the context of green investment. And thank you very much, Amy, for telling that we should develop additional sources of funding, including general green bonds, blended finance. And my question is the following. Gromadas have a challenge when they are forming the action plan, and they sometimes don't understand where to take money for the project they have already planned, and they don't see this money in their budget. I mean, the projects without grants. Could you recommend some instrument which would help our gromadas communities to be more resilient? It seems to me that there are many innovation cases of funding communities in EU countries, the countries which entered the EU in 2004 and later. But in Ukraine, there are also interesting initiatives. But well, there is some experience in Poland, Hungary, Romania, in Baltic states, where you might find some good examples of such investments projects. The main tendency will be when Ukraine enters the EU, regional funds and cohesion policy will come to Ukraine, and all these mechanisms of co-funding of local gromadas 25-75 50-50. They will come gradually to Ukraine and will become the main topic of Ukraine's regional development. EU entry of Ukraine will gradually change Ukraine's legislation, relationship between central authorities and regional authorities. And so cohesion policy of the EU, when the EU supports poor regions of Eastern Europe.
During the day after your session, during the myself and Maria will be moderating a panel. So if you have time, you could join. And we have one more question.
Hi, my name is Dr. Helena Tripolska. I'm an economist, not an environmental scientist, and sadly, I do not know much about the environment. But I know just a little bit about the adaptation, and I don't have really a question, but a quick comment. There are many initiatives which aim to, I don't know, deal somehow with climate change and adaptation, and there are many initiatives on the ground. And like on the level of the government, Ukraine is doing its best to implement what is required from us by our international partners. So my kind of subjective observation, since Ukraine is striving to join the European Union, and our like dear European partners softly push us to implement things which indirectly are related to the environment in general and climate change in particular. So and this is, I think, like on the first glance, we live in war, and maybe this is not like the immediate priority. But when we think about it, it's this kind of push is a good thing, because, for instance, we know that, let's say, all the policy documents regarding the energy, they already require climate and adaptation sections, and this is a good thing. So. For Ukraine as a country in general, it means kind of a double task. First of all, it has to fight for its survival, physical and mental, and on other senses, but also in parallel, Ukraine has to deal with all these environmental and adaptational issues. The task is very difficult and challenging, but looks like it's doable because there is no other choice. So this is just like thinking loud from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy would like to say something about that, given that you are much more environmentally aligned.
I'm afraid there's some background noise which is rather distracting my thinking. So sorry.
Yeah. I don't hear, no worries.
Yeah, I think thanks to all people in the audience for the reflections. I'm glad a healthy dose of number crunching and poetry mixed together has produced some discussions here. I want to move on to the final part of today's session now, and we decided to invest as much time in the first two parts because I think it's quite important for us not just to present our thoughts, but also to hear the audience in live and online. And I think we've had so far quite a useful discussion on these topics. I'm going to move on to the final part, which is a case study of potentially Zoom problem. Sorry. Kind of lost. Yeah, okay. Right. We're here. Right. So this is a kind of a case study that I hope will also inspire people in the audience, and is also a quite well costed feasibility study for, I think, an amazing opportunity that Ukraine have after the war. We've already mentioned the amount of damage that the war has created so far, the billions and billions of loss, of course, the thousands and thousands of human loss, and a huge part of destruction has affected the old industrial regions in eastern Ukraine. And of course, we all remember those images when Mariupol was uh, encircled and bombarded heavily in 2022, and the images of Azovstal steel plant, we've seen across the world. So the old industrial assets have been affected quite dramatically during the war, and I think here there is a real opportunity for us to think about building back better, and exactly responding to Amy's and the audience's questions about what is better. I think I'm going to talk about one particular opportunity for doing just that. I'm going to focus on Ukrainian iron and steel industry and how a clean energy transformation of it can create not just a sustainable industry going forward, but also, again, using the multiplier effects, quite a significant economic boost to the economy itself. The Ukrainian steel industry, before the large-scale invasion, was number 14 in the world, producing almost 22 million tons of steel. Large chunk of that output was exported. It was the most exported commodity of Ukraine of every year since independence. So from 1991 till 2021, basic metals were number one commodity of Ukrainian exports. So it is an extremely, it's been an incredibly important industry in terms of its foreign currency generation of value. It added about 2.3% to Ukrainian economy, and it was about 15% of Ukrainian industrial output. And in 2021, steel companies paid almost $4 billion in taxes to the Ukrainian budget. So it's an incredibly important industry. But of course, as we all know, to produce steel, traditionally, you need to have a particular type of fuel to melt the iron ore, which is the core raw material of which, after several processes of melting and remelting, we get to the steel kind of raw steel, virgin steel production, which then is used for making everything around us. And of course, steel is the most important engineering construction material in the world, and most of the things are based on it. If you look at this particular graph, you will see a lot of burning, and traditionally we still use coal for effectively creating a fuel which is called coke, for melting iron ore, and then producing steel out of it. So it is an incredibly CO2 polluting industry. It produces a lot of greenhouse gas emissions, which is a problem, which is a massive problem. In Ukraine, as you can see, the coal production and steel production has been increasingly linked. Ukrainian steel production peaked in 1986 at almost 57 million tons. There was a massive dip during the post-communist transition. Then last peak of 2007 of 42.8 billion tons. And as I said, before the large-scale invasion, production was kind of averaging 22 million tons a year. Now, what needs to happen for us to move away from using coal and coke in blast furnaces for the production of steel is to find another type of fuel which is not CO2 emitting. Current averages in the world, in a normal traditional coal-based production process, a ton of steel equals 2.4 tons of CO2. the alternatives available are using electricity for melting and smelting recycled secondhand kind of steel. Those are better figures, 0.7 tons of CO2 per tons of steel. However, the currently available system for using scrap metal in electric arc furnaces, that's EAF, the temperature in the furnace itself cannot reach the 1,600 degrees centigrade that is necessary for melting the actual iron from the ore. So the current electric arc furnace infrastructure allows you to use scrap metal, but it doesn't allow you to use the raw material of iron ore, which is needed for producing so-called virgin steel, which is needed for producing high quality steel. So we need something else. And there are a number of alternatives available, and the most lowest carbon emitting alternative is to use renewable energy through the production of green hydrogen, which is then used to melt the iron and to produce virgin steel from iron ore. So the currently the most discussed process in the world in terms of how to produce and restructure iron and steel industry is to produce hydrogen, which is a fuel that can reach the necessary 1,600 degrees centigrade, that can be used directly to melt iron ore to produce steel. But the problem with hydrogen is that it does not really exist as a natural resource. It is very volatile. It's not really easily to find it and mine it or to extract it from somewhere on the planet. And so the available alternatives so far that have been tried and tested still use quite a lot of fossil fuels, especially natural gas, to produce hydrogen out of it. And of course, natural gas is better than coal and oil, and yet it is still not really a renewable energy source. And hence, for the real green steel production, what is necessary to happen is that we need to have green hydrogen, which needs to be produced with green electricity and water. And that will allow us to move really to the net zero, to the lowest low emissions of green steel. And of course, the main roadblock, of course, is to find enough electricity or to build enough renewable energy capacity to produce enough green hydrogen for steel production. Ukraine has a potential to optimize its availability of local iron ore resources, of which there are quite plenty, and also to optimize its ability of building renewable energy using the natural environment that it has. So we've been working with a number of colleagues, and I was only a smaller part of this big project. Engineers, of course, run our project. We've looked at those opportunities, how we can actually restructure the industry, how much it would cost to build enough renewable energy capacity to produce enough green hydrogen to then produce enough green steel to keep the production levels at least at the pre-war level and potentially to grow further. So this is building on the work of Alexander Devlin, who was a DPhil researcher here at Oxford, and her colleagues from Department of Engineering, who crunched all the numbers using a particularly sophisticated model. They used existing assets data. They've used the most pioneering part, of course, is to produce a map of potential renewable energy spots where you could put renewable energy, the wind power and solar power installations in place to start producing enough renewable energy, so then to put it into production of green hydrogen for steel production. So our project, which lasted several years, at least more than a year, used renewable energy potential mapping of Ukraine, used existing assets data to find out where the current assets are, because you would want to reuse your blast furnace kind of assets, your existing steel mills for green steel production. The model itself also have chemical process data, economic data, geospatial data, hydro and nuclear power potential data, and then using those inputs, we've looked at actually availability of land and where the green steel plants could be built for the future after the war. This is an example of a map at 1.1 degree grid spatial resolution, about 111 kilometers by 73 kilometers, and the map itself shows you the average price for the renewable energy production in Ukraine. The darker spots are the most expensive renewable energy at reaching $90 per megawatt hours. The lightest ones at about $60 per megawatt hours. This is the spots where renewable energy potential, onshore renewable energy potential for combined solar and wind installations is. And this is where you could probably think of putting combined solar and wind energy spots in Ukraine. This is the map of where potential green hydrogen can be produced at a particular cost, ranging from $3 per kilogram of hydrogen to $6.50 of kilograms. And you can see that the northernmost and kind of southernmost part of Ukraine are where they would be the cheapest place to produce those things. And this is the synthetic, the overall kind of map of continuous production of ammonia. Ammonia is a chemical component that effectively can be transported easily, unlike hydrogen, which cannot be transported easily. So to transport hydrogen, you will have to turn it into ammonia and then turn it back. So for transportation of hydrogen from a cheap location to where you would want the green steel to be actually produced, you will need to then crack it, as I said, into ammonia, which is NH3, and then back into a hydrogen at the production site as well. We've also looked at the offshore potential as well, and mapping those assets. We've looked at the locations of the significant iron ore reserves in Ukraine. We've looked at the potential, obviously, renewable energy places where the most optimal locations of those the wind power and solar power will be. And also we've positioned the industry as, of course, continuously been export oriented towards the EU, and in anticipation of Ukraine's entry into the EU, and also in recognizing that in 2030, and starting from now, but in 2030, all steel produced in the EU or all steel imported to the EU will be taxed at its carbon intensity levels. So Ukrainian steel industry will have to go green, because it will not be able actually to export steel at profitable levels to the EU, because the taxes on carbon will be increasingly high and high. We've looked at two different scenarios of Ukrainian post-war reconstruction. One, a kind of slow recovery in which most people do not return to Ukraine. The demand is lower. The EU accession is slower, and also the Ukrainian territories are not liberated fully. And we looked at another scenario where we have full liberation, strong recovery, most people return, and higher types of demand on things. In any of these scenarios, green growth is underpinned by a strong regional demand and creating competitive products in the end. And so we've been looking at a number of quite difficult and sophisticated calculations, and effectively looking at the ways where the export outlays, the export channels will which are the most used, and in Ukrainian case, ports, of course, are used for exporting bulky items like steel through the Black Sea towards Mediterranean kind of ports, and then railways are used in Ukraine for exporting a lot of stuff through Poland or through other Eastern European countries to the kind of more Western and Northern European routes. So we're looking at those two potential routes, seaports in the south and railway hubs on the Ukrainian-Polish border, as another kind of part of this puzzle. Now, moving on. So this is the scenario in which the currently occupied territories continue to be occupied by the Russians, and this is the scenario in which we have slow recovery and slower demand, and we are looking at an industry that is producing about 15 million tons of green steel per year by 2050. The total cost of creating renewable energy sites and reconfiguring the steel production process amounts to about $29 billion. And what you see on the map on the left is the location of green steel plants that either will be built from scratch, like all of those in sort of central and northwestern part of Ukraine, and also in southern part of Ukraine. But some of them will be using the Kryvyi Rih assets that already been used now for production of traditional steel. So this is the map of Green Steel Ukraine 2050 under this particular scenario, and this is where the location, the optimal locations for putting those plants in, according to all these calculations of distance, of cost, of bulk, of renewable energy locations. So those are the best places to put green steel plants during the reconstruction. The beauty of the process is that using multiplier effects, we can say that rebuilding or building a new green steel industry will create much bigger economic output effect. The multiplier for economic growth using rebuilding Ukrainian industry of 29 billion of investment will get us potentially almost 10 times as much of economic growth, $287 billion. And if we just build back the existing coal steel facilities, the GVA multiplier will be only 155 billion. So actually going green, even in the slow recovery, partly occupied scenario over 20-year lifetime, will give us still quite an incredible boost to economic growth. And of course, it will lead us to have a product that can be exported to the EU without being taxed. Tariffs, right? Carbon tariffs will not apply because it will be a green production. If we have a scenario in which Ukraine is fully liberated, most people recover soon. Ukraine enters the EU by 2030. Over a 20-year period of time, it can easily rebuild its 22.5 million ton steel capacity, and the total cost of that will be $62 billion. And the map of that scenario and where the green steel plants should be built is in front of you on the left. You see it's kind of a somewhat different map, right? Because you can see how kind of southern Ukraine obviously is much more attractive given the renewable energy potential of southern Ukraine. Southern Ukraine is quite high. In any eventuality, this scenario also have quite much higher green economic growth potential than if we just rebuild the whole industry using coal-based traditional methods. So kind of concluding this story is that we have quite a significant potential for building back better. And here better means actually a totally new industry that does not generate a lot of greenhouse gas emissions, that produces a product that will be easily exportable to foreign markets as well. The costs are between 29 billion to 62 billion dollars overall. But the most important probably point to highlight is that the bulk of that money will go for renewable energy infrastructure. So the bulk of that money needs to be for building combined solar and wind power plants across Ukraine and for energy storage of it. And only a small part of this big bill will be for actual iron and steel making furnaces and iron and steel making facilities themselves. So even if we don't need, even if you think, well, iron and steel industry is not important for us, energy is important for us, right? And especially now, as Ukraine is having the highest electricity costs in the world, or at least in the known world, these sites, these locations for renewable energy are actually useful in themselves, even if we disregard the steel industry. But of course, steel industry, as I said, is an incredibly important driver of growth. It is strategic industry. It has been supporting our national prosperity for many years and has to continue to be used because iron ore reserves are in Ukraine. So I'm going to just highlight the challenges, and then we move on to questions. We are slightly moving into the tea break, but just to say the timing is critical for this. Of course, we have labor shortages, and I know people will already ask about labor shortages. That is a big problem. Obviously, the war needs to end, and we need to have political economic stability for this investment. That is for sure. The main priority, I would argue, is the renewable energy itself, and investment into that as a first step towards the greener future. The results of the research have been published in the Journal of Cleaner Production as an academic paper, including a 73-page appendix with maps, with all the calculations of every types of things you can imagine. We are popularizing this research through a variety of industrial conferences, publishing it in various industrial magazines, just to highlight to the steel industry that this potential exists. And finally, I'm pleased to say we managed to translate the paper into Ukrainian, and it just been published in Вісник економічної науки України this year in full with all the authors. And I would like to thank Alexander Devlin and Anastasia Zagoruychik and Nicola Salmon and Miroslava Soldak, my co-authors who've done this work. So I'll stop here, and hopefully we'll have time for a few questions.
Thank you so much, Vlad. We have question in the audience.
Thank you so much for your very interesting presentation. Despite I know some people from the authors, but the study that you have conducted, I would like to say that before the war, Ukraine used to have a couple of projects, actually several projects that focus on not so much on the production of green ammonia, but on the studies of chemical properties of green ammonia, of possibility of it blending with natural gas, studies of the properties of the pipe. I mean the general gas transmission, transportation properties and so on. Because like we know that roughly speaking, half of the pipe is very old, and green hydrogen is very volatile. So basically it's unfeasible to transport it other than in liquid form. Many of the studies, they were around Sumy region. Sumy is like not the best region in terms of economic development and the proximity to Russia. Yes, and because of the war, obviously these studies have stopped, which is very unfortunate. Ukraine also in parallel is trying to develop renewable energy, but we kind of facing significant difficulties in balancing the grid and in many other issues. Ukrenergo, the transmission system, the TSO, does a wonderful job and does its best to have the Ukraine would have electricity, but there are so many difficulties that are very, let's say, challenging to tackle. Also investment in the renewables require lots of money to be invested, which is kind of not very easy in terms of the full-scale invasion. So my question is, did you consider the pink hydrogen for the study? And do you think is it possible, the one produced from nuclear?
Yes, I can see Ladlena telling me to wrap up. Sorry for being overrunning this a little bit. We've considered in the actual paper itself, and especially in the appendix, you will see all the scenarios for moving to, well, the ultimate one is green hydrogen production, right, based on ammonia. But also we've used a number of calculations for a mix of gas, nuclear, hydro. So we have different scenarios, different calculations of the mix, the energy mix for the production of steel itself. So the calculations of all types of these mixes per ton of steel is an appendix, and it's probably the most accurate the available data that we have. So we've looked at we haven't looked at pink, we've looked at green as first, but also at kind of gray hydrogen as well options to see whether that is a transition process, right? It's a transition mechanism to move on. So I do recommend people who are interested in it, look at the paper itself and also look at the appendix, because there's an enormous amount of calculations and data is there for everybody to see. I need to say that our 29 billion price tag for a 15 million ton green steel production is extremely similar to what ArcelorMittal and Metinvest put forward in 2022. Their calculation was 35 billion to produce 15 million ton of green steel. Our calculation is 29 billion to produce 15 million green steel. So actually, I think our academic calculations and industry calculations are quite well aligned, and hence it gives me hope that our calculations and all the stuff in the papers itself is actually quite valuable and probably the best estimate that is possible to produce at the moment. So I do encourage everyone to look at it. The paper has been translated in Ukrainian for people, to spread it in Ukraine a bit more widely. And I'm really glad that we have created quite a lot of interest so far. Ladlina, I'm wrapping up. Fantastic conversation. Thanks a lot, everyone, for tuning up to the Ukraine's post-war reconstruction, rebuilding back better session. Thank you. Thanks a lot, and we all deserve a little break.
Thank you so much. It was a great start for our future today's conversations. And you can still remain, I think, online if you're interested. I know it's Saturday. Добре.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amy, as well.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Unfortunately, we're a bit late. People coming back. Thank you for joining on Saturday. Today's session 2 is continuation of session 1, environment and economics and social science together, and experts recommended overall. Our 2-day event is dedicated to net zero renovation, and we know that financial barriers and economical barriers are the most complicated to overcome. Today we will discuss how to handle them. Fortunately, we are not at the first stage. Mechanism and instruments are being tested, in particular in the European Union. Do no significant harm principle, environment assessment. We think that we should build back better than it was before. Environmental organization understands that one of the principles they have developed was green economy, green investments, where most donors and partners understand and help Ukraine to move towards recovery and sustainable development. Many donors help now. The government doesn't have time to think about environment and nature. International partners and donors help us. A special mechanism, Ukraine facility, had been created, which had written down requirements for Ukraine to follow. Today we will be talking what is happening in Ukraine, the EU experience to follow, and we will talk about our power sector, about small and medium business, and our communities. Our first speaker is Andrei Kitura, Development Director, Dixie Group, Green Transition Office under the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine. He will tell us about strategic green transition priorities. I have prepared some slides I want to share. Today's topic is about matching priorities and projects. I will be talking about practical tools, what we are doing and plan to do. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to listen to all yesterday's sessions, but they were about documents, priorities, policies, and Ukraine's path towards net zero. But action plan is crucial. In Ukraine, there are several tools. I will be talking about energy and climate. There are 140 policies. One policy means one reform in one sector or one law or any plan of the government. All these policies are being transformed into KPIs to follow progress at the level of the government in order to avoid the situation when we have announced the policy and we didn't manage to do something on time. Unfortunately, there were such cases, and we have digital indexes. For example, the share of renewable energy. In order to attain these purposes, we have to implement specific investment projects. For example, 2030 carbon neutrality purpose means that we have to do this and that step by step. This plan consists of specific measurable steps. We should build something, change something, modernize something, and here we see real problems. It is not complicated to draft a good strategy, but it is complicated to find people who will take this risk, who will take responsibility, who will organize people. We need managerial skills, we need people, and we need funds. And there is a lack of funds. Private sector and international partners will be very important for us. Another problem is there are no projects. So many ideas, so many projects, where to take money from. We can
the delegation from the government, from ministries, and the 9 enterprises will present their own projects that Sweden side is interested in, and we will continue to do it. So we have already launched the tool, which will help one find another. It is a green platform and supported by the Ministry of Economy and Agriculture. And I would like to represent it. Thank you. Yes, I'm hasty because I would like to respect timeline. So there is the green platform. It's quite easy to find it in the internet. You can just insert a green platform, Zelena Platforma, and you will find it. So this is the homepage of this platform, and I will present it. Its goals. So this platform contains 96 programs, financial programs with the green criteria aimed at decarbonization, energy efficiency, lower of gas emissions and other measures. So the government wants this platform not to be the only one, but one of the information sources where all information about such projects will be presented for the whole stakeholders. That may simplify the work of different donors that issue some grant programs, and they come to the government and they say, let's share some information, let's organize some event. Yes, we can do it. So please, there is an official catalog, everyone knows about it, so let's include this information in this catalog as well. But community, small or medium enterprise, it doesn't matter. For example, there is a need in some specific grant or credit for some project. So here at the green platform, you can find any programs. There are some small questionnaires with some quick questions, and then the system will propose you relevant programs. So please test this program. We launched this program at the URC in July 2025, and frankly speaking, there are some bags. We check it, and we will be very grateful if you find them, and we will be great to correct so it could be comfortable for everyone. You can find the description of any programs with the criteria, requirements, and there is sometimes there is additional information, links to the first source, to the original source, and every program was approved by its donor. So a little bit statistics. So a week ago there were 93 programs. Yesterday there were 96 programs, but I couldn't make changes. So there are a lot of programs of the Ukrainian banks. So sometimes these are different donors by IFI, AD, EBRD. They're working directly with bigger clients, but as for local communities are asked to come to these banks, Ukrgaz Bank, Ukrexim Bank, Ukrlviv Bank, and there are a lot of other banks. So there is a big portion of programs, 30%. There are programs for SME and for state-owned companies, for community sectors, and for communities and for communal sectors. What are we going to do? So this platform will be supported and we will gather additional programs. It covers all sources. There are some exotics, and we hope that we can include it in the future. And some investment funds ask us, private investment funds, maybe sometimes small, they heard about ours and they're ready to invest $3-5 million, and they are interested if they can share the information. So we will do it. We will improve the functionality of this platform, and we are at the negotiations process with the potential donors to make it more detailed. One of our plans for our next steps is to ground this platform to make it comfortable for SME or some local communities. There are offices made in Ukraine. I don't know, I don't remember the total number, but over 50, that's for sure. But the idea is the small businessman or representative of a local community may come to this office, and somebody is to provide them with some initial information and on to demonstrate these online instruments. So please use it. We calculate the CO2 footprint. It's one of the tasks of the government in the strategy for SME development, and it is ready, but it's not published online, not yet. You can calculate the CO2 footprint. That's what you need to apply for any green program. It's needed for the corporate reporting or any other reports. So scope 3 is very difficult to be calculated. So we will develop this calculator as well, and we will ensure the work of other tools like private cap office. We will have the opportunity to have this analytics to realize the traffic, to get feedbacks from providers. It's very difficult to solve any problem if we have no data. So this information is needed in order to make sure that our cooperation better. And to make our cooperation with the government and donors and businessmen. So we have started a series of workshops for banks, and unfortunately, fortunately, our Ukrainian banks are mediators. The government or IMF don't go to any local community. It is impossible. But we have quite potential and resilient thanks to a different reforms banking system, and it can be a link between the stakeholders. So we share our information among banks, and we ask them to share the information about their platforms, and there are a lot of banks that want to get involved, but we are running out, but we will do it. Well, as in fact, this platform was developed by the team dedicated to the CO2 emissions decarbonizations. It is the common work of our team from Dixie Group and the Hydrogenia Foundation. So this is the end of my presentations. I will be very glad to answer any questions. Well, it's not ideal instrument. If you get to the platform, it doesn't mean that you will receive finance or grants. So it's a kind of catalog where you can choose a lot of programs. You can apply for any donors. You can understand better their requirements. So in this year or at the beginning of the next year, we will generalize some documents in order to make conclusions from our experience. There are some stakeholders, local communities, and SME because they have more challenges. So, and we will try we'll try to make everything better to explain to them how to use our catalog. So thank you very much. So if any questions from the audience or from speakers. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm a representative of the Regional Economic Support Business Fund. Mr. Sherbakov, I have a question. 2 days ago, we presented a prototype of Project Navigator for the demand of local communities, so they could analyze their own requirements, proposals online. So if we can cooperate with the Green Transition Office in respect of sharing information, so that local communities could do analyze of their projects and do it for them more comfortable and easily. I think so. It's one of our tasks. So uh, let's keep in touch. I will ask my colleagues to connect you, and I think that we can find a comfortable way of cooperation. There were contacts on the slides. I don't know if everyone could see them, but I will send my contacts to the organizers of this event, and I hope that we will continue our communication, and I think that it would be comfortable. So maybe you will give a couple of words about how, if it was very easy to gather this information. As far as I understand, at the platform there must be one section regarding these standards. And what are challenges in this regard? Yes, that was difficult. We started in March, and in July we had basic functions, and there were 60 programs, I believe. The IT part was the easiest one. We can do it. I mean, Ukrainians in general, and collecting information from our partners, that was difficult, especially at the beginning, because they don't understand why, what for. And I can say that some donors don't want to share information about their programs. There were different reasons. I think that is nonsense, but they don't want somebody find them. They want to do it by themselves. They want to work in this region which is comfortable for them. And unfortunately, we are not in the position to force them. We can just ask what we are doing, in fact. And some other donors said that we have all information at our website, and local community in Zhytomyr region, for example, don't know about your website, and they will not know about it if you don't share your information. So this platform is for free for you. So after several rounds of negotiations, some most donors cooperated with that. Well, not all their programs are valid, and they are not purposed for such cooperation. But we continue this dialogue, and I hope that we will have more donors, because we don't have goals to commercialize um, this goal. This is just ordinary public service, just for the sake of all stakeholders. Yes, I think that is like a good informative tool. And I have another question about how Green Transition Office, how does it work with the Ministry of Economy to promote green recovery? What is the status of draft law? Where are we going? As for the green recovery, draft law was developed by the UNDP. We didn't take part in it. We shared we shared our comments, and right now we continue our dialogue with them. As far as I know, the draft law is in the plan to be submitted through members of the parliament, but not through the government. When it will take place, we don't know. It's better to ask the authors of this draft law. It's very difficult to comment this, but if we will talk in a broader view, so we have enough resources, but they are limited. We are working on the national energy plan, national green taxonomy, and we are working on the standards, on the implementation of new standards in Ukraine. And I hope we will continue this successful work. each of these programs aim at green recovery. I don't want to overestimate our role and value, but we started to work without any official status at the end of the 2023. But a year ago, we got this status. When we started, the Minister of Economy never defended to do something in terms of green recovery, climate change. They were our antagonists, and you can see and you can hear the rhetoric of the Ministry of Economy or the government. Of course, this is the result of influence of a lot of partners. So what are we going to do? We are trying to introduce green recovery standards in every policy. So we can do it, and we do it. We are constantly doing it, and it's working. So I see how the rhetoric is changing. So and we explain it to the government or to the Minister of Economy. Green transition is not a charitable activity. It is a business case. It's a profitable. It's pragmatic. To invest in green technologies, it's better than to invest in something other things. Green transition is interesting not just because we are investing it, because it's a profitable in long-term perspective. So it's working right now because the resources are limited. That's what we are trying to work on. As for the draft law, it is very important. And when we talk about it, it is aimed at green taxonomy of the EU. And I hope that this draft law will be adopted, and we are ready, and we continue to work on the bylaws, and we are planning to elaborate resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers in terms of the climate change. I know that there are a lot of changes, but the criteria will remain. That's what we would like to do in Ukraine, correctly, quickly, and profitable for everyone. So I propose to give the floor to the Olena Nikiforuk. To talk about banks, which programs they have, and how they may contribute to the climate component. So, Elena, please, you're very welcome. Where is your presentation? We can hear you right now. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Thank you very much for your attention. In fact, we are welcoming that the Green Transition Office is situated in Ukraine, and it's cool, and it's that they are working on. It's good that they can provide stakeholders with programs supported by donors.
We have conducted with the Bank Watch Network and Global Green Grants Fund a survey about agriculture's how international financial organization might favor green initiatives of Ukrainian agriculture. First of all, My slides are not moving. May somebody help to change the slides of the presentation? If we consider theoretical moments, there are UN principles supporting subsidies of green economy, waste processing, organic green agriculture, supporting development of respective legislation, and introducing additional taxes to the most harmful enterprise. If we can't stop the activity, they should pay higher taxes in order to compensate the environmental losses, to invest into nature. By 2030, the developing markets have opportunities, and in Ukraine, the amount is 73 billion. And for stable funding, the United Nations have developed principles for responsible banking, and there are also European regulations such as the EU taxonomy regulation and the corporate sustainability reporting directive. They are key drivers in this process, and they define accurate criteria for defining the sustainable types of economic activity. It is crucial for Ukraine for restoration, for renovation on the basis of sustainable development. According to the activization of climate policy of the EU under the Green Deal, European climate law, principles of financial initiative regarding responsible banking service, UNEP FI principles for stable assurance, and EU taxonomy regulation, and other directives and policies. If we see the architecture of financial mechanism of recovery of infrastructure in Ukraine, bilateral assistance and the assistance of international infrastructure organization, restoration funds, and funds of international financial organizations play a crucial role here. But we don't forget about our own funds and specific private institutions of our business. Moreover, there is opportunity for contribution of reparation the frozen cost and confiscated property of the Russia. If we are talking about international financial organizations and institutions in Ukraine, they are the EBRD, the World Bank, the IFC, the IBRD, the EIB, and also bilateral donors, funds, and agency of development such as GIZ, Germany, Swedfund, Sweden, British International Investment, AFD from France, and the specialized climate mechanisms. The share of funding green projects by the German Bank of Development was 67% in 2023. If we have statistical data today, how financial organizations do cooperate in Ukraine, and we can see the dynamic of disbursement. Here we can see that since 22, the assistance becomes more considerable. 2022, 2023, International Bank of Reconstruction and Development, European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, European Investment Bank. But if we separate just green projects, it is almost impossible. We have to study each project and go deep dive whether there is a green component or not. Nowadays, we don't have such statistics. Here we can see the contribution of each financial institution into Ukraine's economy. If we see the breakdown into sectors, statistics 2024, 22% goes to transport and agriculture, 21% to state governance, 18% to power, electricity, and gas, and 16% to healthcare and social assistance. Other sectors such as construction, water supply, agriculture, financial, insurance activity, and education don't have big shares. If we presentation is not moving, sorry. Please help to launch a presentation from here. You can see the structure of financing by main creditors. If we see who is the recipient in Ukraine, this statistics is collected by the Ministry of Finance, and we can see who is financially responsible, who is the main recipient. Money is given as grants and credits. I wanted to tell you about the World Bank Group. It is a considerable creditor in Ukraine and has a considerable investment profile, 22 projects, 16 investment projects, and the total amount of 14 million USD. If we consider agriculture, there are 3 agreements out of 31 projects, and 2 grants in agriculture. The problem is that we don't see which projects are green projects. If we sum up all of the challenges and recommendations of the green projects in Ukraine, despite the effectiveness and economic impact of such program, we see some problems. The regions near the front line don't have so much access. There are delays because the procedure of approval is complicated. There is a lack of mutual trust. And sometimes international financial organizations don't see the ones who really need such assistance. Some sectors need more investments and also problems with informational support. These recommendations, we will distribute them. I'm wrapping up. First of all, it is necessary to accelerate defining environmental standards, key principles of the World Bank in the protection of the environment. Also, thanks to the Green Transition Office, we have created proposals it is necessary to create the register of green projects for facilitating the analysis, not just for those who need such funding, but also if we have a pool of green projects, we might create a website where it will be able to search for such needs in Ukraine. We should also stimulate green educational programs in Ukraine following European environmental standards. Just a few people are conscious what green and sustainable means. We need outreach programs and educational programs. We should prioritize green funding and restore Ukraine on a new sustainable development and the green basis. Any quick question or we will proceed? Pippa Gallop, I will introduce you. Pippa is energy expert at Bankwatch. She has more than 20 years of experience of monitoring different projects and implementing EU standards in different countries, including Balkan countries.
Thanks, Vlada. You can see my screen okay, or?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for the invitation. I will be speaking about the do no significant harm principle, which is a tool which has started to be used in the European Union in the last few years. And the previous speakers were indeed mentioning the importance of green investments. But one of the issues is that actually there are all kinds of opinions on what is a green investment. And the EU has started to try to resolve this question. First of all, it was already mentioned that the EU has this thing called the taxonomy regulation, which was adopted in 2020, and it aims at providing common criteria on how to define what kind of investments are sustainable. And the theory behind it is that in order to be considered sustainable, any certain project needs to make a substantial contribution to one of the 6 environmental objectives. And at the same time, it has to avoid doing any significant harm to the other environmental objectives. And those objectives are climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, sustainable use of water and marine resources, circular economy. Yes.
We see only the first slide.
Really? Oh, I moved it, but it seems it's not.
Let's try to change, and if it will not work, we will assist you here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing the second one, and I switched it quite some time ago, so even if there was a delay, I would expect it to show now. So you still don't see it?
So we will help you from here.
Okay, okay.
This is the slide. Do you see the second slide? I think in Zoom it's more prompt connection. We still have the first slide.
Yeah, I see still the first slide in this window on Zoom that says conference 2. I see still the first slide. Yeah, that's better. Okay. So yeah, as I started to say, there are 6 environmental objectives in the taxonomy regulation: climate mitigation, climate adaptation, water and marine resources, circular economy, pollution prevention and control, and protection and restoration of biodiversity and ecosystems. And so the idea is that any investment which is sustainable should contribute significantly to one of those objectives and not harm any of the others at the same time. So, for example, if you build a wind farm, for example, that is definitely making a significant contribution to climate change mitigation. But if it's built in the wrong place, if it's not adequately assessed how to avoid, for example, bird migration routes or bat habitats or whatever, it can do harm to biodiversity. So the idea is that each of these projects, while trying to solve one problem, doesn't make problems in another area. So I think the framework is very good. The concept makes a lot of sense. We don't agree actually with all of the criteria which the EU came up with, but still it was an attempt to really unify the interpretation of what is a green investment and not to have every company claiming that their investment is green, and in the end everybody is so confused that they don't know what is green and what is not. So we can go to the next slide. I still see the first one at the moment. Yeah, there we are. Okay. So the DNSH assessment, do no significant harm assessment, actually started only to be used for screening in EU funds in 2021. So it's actually quite a new instrument. And as we will see, it's still in the beginning. It still needs some improvement. But I just wanted to, I won't spend long on this slide, but I just wanted to point out what is the difference with the environmental impact assessment, because I've heard different people saying, okay, now this DNSH assessment has come up. Well, if we have environmental impact assessment, that is already proving that the project does no harm. But the information from the environmental impact assessment can be useful for the DNSH assessment, but I just want to underline that these are completely different processes with a completely different purpose. So they definitely shouldn't be mixed together in one process. The point of DNSH is specifically for EU funds. It's supposed to be a relatively quick screening instrument that would that would prevent the EU funds from financing harmful investments. Whereas the EIA is completely different. It's a much more in-depth assessment, and it's basically saying, from the legal point of view, can this project be allowed to go ahead at all under the national legislation? If so, how, what are those impacts? How can we manage them? How can we reduce them? So the DNSH is really supposed to be just for EU funds and really like a quicker screening instrument, not to be like replacing the environmental impact assessment and not serving the same purpose as an environmental assessment. And also it's worth mentioning that the DNSH also is really only at the moment for EU funds. For the loans from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, for example, or for the European Investment Bank, they have their own standards, and they also have their own way of defining which are the green investments. So this DNSH is really something quite specific for EU funds. So we can go to the next slide. Yeah, as I said, it started to be applied in 2021, but actually it is kind of something which is just starting to be rolled out across the EU funds. It's not something where there was a directive and all of a sudden it has to be applied to everything. It's kind of being introduced gradually, and so it is like for the recovery funds in the EU, it does apply, and cohesion funds and so on. But for some of the other funds, it's not applied yet properly because there is no guidance. And so far, each of the funds had their own guidance, so it's applied in different ways. For example, with the Recovery and Resilience Facility, the guidance was more stringent than for the cohesion policy. So it's been a little bit chaotic so far, to be honest. And now we are in the phase when the EU is trying to come with a more consolidated approach. So we can go to the next slide. So just to explain, as with the example of the reform and sorry, not the Reform and Growth Facility, that's the Western Balkans, Recovery and Resilience Facility. Just to explain a bit how it worked. So it was up to the member states to do this DNSH assessment. The Commission provided guidance, and this was giving instructions on certain sectors of how to do this assessment. And then if this whole instrument was a mixture of some things which were really investments and some things which were more reforms. So if there was an investment which was, or a reform which was completely supporting an environmental objective, or it was really clear that there would be definitely no negative environmental impacts, then there could be a simplified assessment. But for the other investments, there had to be the full assessment. And then if they didn't, if the member states wanted to go ahead with financing, they had to provide evidence to the European Commission that the principle had been applied, and the Commission could say, no, okay, we are not satisfied, we're going to suspend the payment until more evidence has been provided. So in fact, we were not extremely satisfied how this went, but still this was better than for some of the other funds. Let's go to the next slide. One of the problems which we identified is that first of all, there was for some funds a lack of guidance, like for the modernization fund and for the reform and growth facility for the Western Balkans. The do no significant harm principle is mentioned as in the legislation as being needed for these investments, but the Commission didn't issue specific guidance on how to undertake this. So in practice, it's for the modernization fund, it's quite unclear how it's being done. And for the reform and growth facility, it basically was just not done at all. And even in those funds where there was guidance, we saw that the assessments were not really carried out independently. They were often done just by the project promoter, just saying that, yeah, our investment is of course sustainable and does no significant harm. So there was in some cases not really kind of independent checks and not really properly and objectively assessing the situation. A big problem from our point of view was that there was quite a lack of public access to these assessments, and there was no public consultations on them. And although this is supposed to be a quick kind of screening tool, still, if there is no kind of public consultation or access to those assessments, it's really hard to ensure that they're done objectively. So this is something which is also left very unclear because there was no directive or regulation stipulating exactly how these assessments should be done. This is kind of left in the air to the discretion of the member states. And of course, when they're in a hurry, they don't choose to do consultation. If the national authorities did their job, sometimes it worked okay, that they started to really try to make sure these assessments were at least objective. But especially in the recovery funds where the whole facility was done in quite a hurry, often they didn't really do this. And yeah, as I mentioned in the beginning, for some of the sectors, like for bioenergy, our opinion is that the taxonomy criteria themselves on what investments are doing harm and what are not, we think they are too weak. So even if the principle was applied very diligently by the national authorities, there is a problem in the first place with some of the criteria, and those need to be actually revised and updated on the EU level. So next slide. The good news is that the next EU budget is looking more likely to have a consistent approach. The European Commission is working on a unified methodology for the do no significant harm principle, and that would apply to all the EU funds. And it would of course allow very simplified assessment for the sectors where we're really sure that no harm would be done. But there is a discussion about introducing an exclusion list for the sectors which are always harmful. And this is something that we really support, because there is no point to waste time doing an assessment of something like a waste incinerator or a gas power plant, for example, is in any case, many of the EU funds could not fund such an investment. But just as an example, there is no point to waste time doing an in-depth assessment, and then anyway, in the end, those projects are always in some way harmful. So it would be much easier for everybody if the EU will just say, this is the list of projects we are not even considering. Don't even spend your time on this. And then they have for the sectors which might be eligible, they have more consistent guidance sector by sector. So this is the approach that they're working on at the moment. I'm afraid that the exclusion list will be politically very difficult to agree on. But I honestly think it's in everybody's interest just to have this clarity at the beginning, just to not to have the discussion about every single project from these sectors, but we will see if that will pass. Of course, there is a danger because the EU is a very big body with a lot of different member states. It's very hard to agree on things, and if the Commission allows too many exemptions, then this approach will not work well. And one of the issues, of course, that still needs to be really worked out is how to make this balance between having the assessments done properly, how to have them publicly consulted, but also to kind of keep this concept as a relatively kind of quick tool. So to conclude, I wanted to kind of give a conclusion for, okay, in this situation, what should Ukraine expect actually? And at this moment, it's quite a difficult moment to do that, just because the situation is moving also on the EU level. So I think the only thing I can say for now is really that it would be important to keep up with the events on the EU level, to watch the new guidance which is being developed for the new budget. And at the moment, I mean, the only thing which is really there and which is really applying to all investments is the taxonomy regulation and those criteria which are from the delegated acts for each sector. Those are not done in a way that they are like, this is not exactly the same as the EU DNSH assessment, but this is something which is at least existing. It's in the legislation, and those criteria are for now kind of stable and agreed on. And on the other hand, I would say that in order to make sure that investments are really avoiding harm as much as possible, it's also needed to rely on the other existing instruments like the environmental impact assessment process, and also to really introduce the appropriate assessment process under the Habitats Directive and the assessment for harm to water bodies under the Water Framework Directive. Obviously, that's quite difficult for a country which is fighting for its existence, and this is obviously subject to discussion about how to do it, to which projects to apply, and which timeline. But I think it doesn't usually work if we try to just kind of do something by half, especially at this moment, which is crucial for Ukraine's reconstruction, when there's going to be a lot of investments coming in, and it's really important to ensure right from the beginning that they're the right ones, because they will be in place for 20, 30 or 40 years. So it's really important to get it right in the first place. Thanks very much.
That was a great wrap-up. Unless we have дуже термінове питання, пропоную рухатися. У нас
Two more speakers. Katerina Melnik, National Coordinator, Center for Environmental Initiatives, Eco Action, and Bank Watch. The topic of my speech is dedicated to sustainable renewable energy solutions for rebuilding Ukraine. First of all, I want to outline the main renewables given Ukraine's context. For Ukraine, it is feasible to use wind, solar, rivers, biomass, and geothermal energy of the earth, and environmentally safe are wind, solar, and geothermal energy of the earth. Intensive development and construction of hydropower station leads to disruptions in ecosystem, and uncontrolled incineration of biomass considerably increases emissions of harmful gases. Therefore, they need a well-balanced approach. If we see the structure of renewables in Ukraine, we will see that more than 50% belongs to solar panels, then wind, and a very small share goes to hydro and bioenergy. This structure is more or less the same each year. Surely, aggression of Russia has a very harmful effect. More than 14% of solar panels have been damaged. 1 gigawatt are on the occupied territory. Regarding wind energy, more than 1 gigawatt is also on the occupied territory. But renewables have a great potential of development in Ukraine, and this goal is taken into account in the plan by 2030, and the purpose is to increase the share of renewables by 2030 gradually. And this slide, we can see the list of main directives and regulations of the European Union regulating functioning of renewables sector. First of all, it is related to integration into European Union. The most important directive are Directive 2018 favoring the use of renewables and its updated version dated 2023. This directive had already been implemented in November, and the EU countries, which are EU members, received the timeline of 18 months to follow the requirements. Talking about Ukraine, the necessity of implementing such requirements is related to our obligation to decrease the greenhouse gases emissions to 30 by 35%, and integration into EU process. Colleagues mentioned investment projects. Today, there are such projects in Ukraine, especially private sector makes considerable contribution into wind power because it is pretty profitable, and naturally private business is acting supported by the EBRD and other financial institutions. But these projects are being constructed but there are gaps in national law. Therefore, these projects are often implemented with considerable disruptions of standards, unfortunately. Therefore, alignment of our legislation in the sphere of renewables to the EU acquis is crucial. Formally, Ukraine is not a member of the EU, just a candidate. Formally, Ukraine has to implement the directive RED II. And we are at the level of about 60% now. We should accelerate alignment of our legislation. In August 2025, Ministry of Energy developed the respective draft law, and the task is to, well, they are on this slide. We didn't have a lot of time to analyze and study this draft law, but my colleagues from Eco Action have prepared the list of remarks and comments and sent it to the ministry. Overall, I have systematized these remarks. So, what kinds of renewables? It is not clear. There is some inconsistency between the development of the network and the areas of accelerated development. We don't see a clear definition. And the approach to the procedure is not perfect, and the participation of communities also is not enough. Overall, there is full exclusion of ecologically vulnerable territories. There is a trend that if the territory is not if this territory belongs to the Emerald network, Therefore, they shall be excluded from the list of potential area of construction of renewables stations. These recommendations will enable to follow the requirements of the Directive RED 3 and will create the basis for activation investments into green energy on the basis of economic efficiency and social and environmental balance. Our next speaker is Ruslan Sherbakov, the president of the fund RCERBS. Ruslan is working with Gromadas and has an interesting initiative in partnership with international partners for small and medium enterprises in zero emission industries. My issue is the most painful. Small and medium enterprises and how to fight with them. It's a joke, but everybody understand that small enterprises in eco industry are not a priority of economy. At the same time, they are the most important. And I will pay attention to the problems of small enterprises. The first problem is the war. The war doesn't allow these enterprises to develop. They should relocate, start from scratch. If you know what a small business is, sometimes it is impossible to start from zero. Lack of staff. Our economics feels that many high qualified people moved to other countries. Many people are at war. High qualified specialists are volunteering. Small enterprises need high qualified experts and feel the lack of them. Lack of funds is another issue and urgent need in new approaches to development. On one side, but we can create lemonade from lemon. Therefore, our small enterprises they transform and introduce new technologies. I think more than any other country, even. There are systematic barriers for small and medium enterprises. First of all, high cost of new technologies to be introduced, problems with bank loans because there are high requirements, lack of experts such as energy managers and ecologists. Small business doesn't have money to pay such experts. Therefore, it is very complicated to develop. Access to new technologies, circular economy, waste reuse, processing. It is also expensive, restricted. Sometimes small business can't invest money into that. And also rules of play from the state are not understandable and not clear. It is volatile, it is changing. I want to pay your attention that for small enterprises which are involved in organic and eco products, they have their own challenges. And for any business which tries to be competitive, the absence of carbon neutrality is a kind of barrier to introduce and sell products in the EU. At the same time, there is growing demand for organic products. Therefore, the enterprises which don't introduce green technologies, they will be not competitive in future. A lot of small enterprises understand that and gradually introduce renewables and understand that if you are not green, you will not have access to grants. What can be the solution? First of all, creating dedicated funds and grants which will compensate 100% of municipal energy funds, eco-safety strategies as a first step to green economy. Colleagues often ask me where Gromada is here. We state that Gromadas are drivers of green business. Why? All our laws and reforms are coming from above and should push business. I see representatives of active Gromadas here. Andrei mentioned that many donors I will explain why.
that you will mhm. And first of all, uh, what's necessary for small business? These are different mechanism of finance. So communities may do it together with public banks, with state authorities to develop a mechanism how to draw attention over small and medium businesses, even very small businesses that can work with support of public authorities. So, in fact, community, as we believe, as people working with the communities, community is a driver of such projects and small projects, but these small projects will be the basis for green economy that will push eco business in Ukraine. First of all, is public support. Local leaders must be in the focus. Uh, there is necessary to develop trainings for public activists, maybe to provide budget support, but not very big, but it is quite motivated thing to attract young people, uh, to to attract experienced elderly people which are not very active, but they can be attracted and they can be very pleased in working with you and supporting you. So we need to think about money, resources, financial resources, first of all, how to join grant programs, donors initiatives, and of course to seek international partners. I would like to say that one of our projects, this is the Interregivsky project. We are working with the smaller businesses, and so the essence of this project that we should provide some recommendations and guidelines for the European Union and Ukraine how to improve the situation for small business and to help them work in Ukraine. And 6 countries are included in this project, and they have their own projects. If you think that everything is so fine with the small business in Europe, but it's not so. So there are some problems as well. They would like to analyze these problems, so we have a good chance as we are proposed to join this program as a candidate country. So right now we are collecting all information about such enterprises, how they want to improve the environment, what do they want from the state, what legislative acts must be adopted, and what financial support they want so they could be competitive not only in Ukraine but in Europe as well. So and towards about activities of our communities. So students speak pro bloggers and I speak about communities. Of course, this is the analysis of the community's demands. It's a public opinion, it's community opinion, it's the opinion of experts, the development of different strategies to be introduced and implemented by the communities, and of course, international partners. And as the conclusion, I would like to say the following things. The most important thing I would like to emphasize unfortunately, most our communities, first of all, small communities, do not understand their own potential. They don't have qualified possibilities to uh, to do a breakthrough in the cooperation with with the public society, the civil society. I would like to propose the local communities which don't know what to do, just to join some support program to, and that will improve your cooperation with the small business. Thank you very much for your attention. I would like to ask if there are any questions.
Let us know. Otherwise, хтось в аудиторії хоче відрефлексувати. Я розумію, що ми вже 30 хвилин перебрали часу і треба робити перерву. Але якщо все ще давайте все ж таки візьмемо, якщо в когось є. Я думаю, що наші спікери намагалися в своїх презентаціях давати гарні і рекомендації, і описувати. Ми не претендуємо на виключність і повне покриття тематики. Це неможливо за 1,5 години, навіть, я не знаю, дуже багато треба часу, але я задоволена, як все пройшло. Ми намагалися розказати вам, над чим працюємо. Вважаю, що
We are working on. I think that we had some common things, different speakers, different speeches, but I think that the common thing is that we were talking about the improvement of transparency, participation in all the process. So it's obligatory thing, and we are working on that. These standards are being developed; they already exist, and there is a legislation and EU process that we will help us in this situation. So what we think that policy standards, guidelines may exist, but quite often people do not align with them. So we need to comply with these policies because the rules must be the same for everyone. And if we follow these rules, that is good. And evidence, all presentations show that we need to have evidence that there will be no negative impact from investments, but there will be positive effect. So as for the comments to PIPA's presentation, so this standard DNS is already envisaged in the Ukraine facility. It's not obligatory, but I think that we will continue to talk about it because it's very important for public investments, because there is methodology. And as for the feasibility task, so this screening tool is being introduced. Right now, it's like a kind of recommendations. Right now, we are thankful to the Green Transition Office for developing this standard. It's very young, of course, especially for Ukraine. So for those who will propose projects in particular for communities, we have a lot of work to do. I hope that we will not end this session with negative notes. So last chance for questions. If no, let's go for a lunch. That's very important. Last words. I would like to say that Ukraine has joined Interact. It's an international fund financing different programs, multinational European programs, including candidate countries. And we proposed this solution, and I think that's very interesting. So projects, about 20 projects in Ukraine from public civil society organizations, and these projects are being implemented in Green Deal. And we propose for these long-term projects that have just launched to share information. So if we are working on something, so we can share this information for other colleagues. So we have already joined our efforts with other projects. So let's work with it. Our colleagues told us you're working on the zero net, and we are working on the SME, and we would like to propose to all 20 projects so we could communicate, in order to expand our influence. That's all. If no questions, close the session. Thank you very much that you are with us. Дякуємо спікерам. I welcome our speakers, four speakers. We will share our experience, challenges, and problems that Ukraine is facing, especially during the last 2025 when the public investments reform is underway. So 2024, that was the year when these problems, single investment portfolio, was in the center of our ministries. But since 2025, this topic was also in the center of our local communities. So I would like to invite Igor Yanishuk, and he will tell how the public investment problem is regulated at the local level. Thank you very much. I would like to cover the issue of the public investments management reform, how it is important, what is it, what key principles and mechanisms are. But before that, I would like to comment the previous panel. There were a lot of things, uh, in particular, in terms of communities. The previous speaker said that for him, communities are cool things, and that's very good. And professor from Oxford emphasized that the um, basis of the resilience were ensured by local communities, and that was ensured by the decentralized reform. So they have had possibilities for quick response, and that helped them resist. So there were a lot of important words. For example, Amy said, for me, that's glittering sentences, solutions governed by communities. And this is the essence of the decentralization reform. And the increasing of profits for communities. It's very important because this is the decentralization principle. And before, previous speakers, in particular Amy, said talked about the negative spiral of development. First, corruption, then short-term solutions, and it is very important. Public investments reform is about strategic solutions and efficiency of finances because that's very crucial. Amy also said that it's important to take into account not just financial effects, because it's not just financial justification, but economic, strategic. If we look at it in terms of project. And now, as for the public investment management system, what is the goal and what are the main approaches? So, what is the essence of this reform? Before that, there were some strategies or economic policies for communities, and the budget process was a part. And only in 2020, one of communities in Lviv said that they related it and their budget was linked to the strategy, and that's good. So budget process is a part, and there are commissions, the economic growth policy part, report for that policy. These things are not connected. So we need to connect these two things, the budget, finance, and strategies. So it doesn't mean that we just to repair some roads and to glaze some windows, but we do not orient to strategies. And besides, these are our international commitments. And here we need to focus on some nuances. this reform is being criticized. Yes, that's true that we are in rush in implementing this reform. So a lot of laws are not adopted and the legislative acts are not adopted. But this is the message for the IMF. If we if we do not comply with these commitments, we lose money. For example, we have some draft law about the distinction of authorities. We didn't commit, and we lost tremendous finances. If we want to receive money from our partners and donors, so we need to comply with the EU requirements. Yes, sometimes we are delayed. There are a lot of nuances, but if in a year we approved the system, right now we have a year. If we lose this year, it means we will lose money. So if we work on this and the communities will win, and then will raise the investments of international donors, and this is highly important. So what is a public investment project? Because there are a lot of contradictions. There are people who don't understand it. So here we proceed from the terminology of the budget code. But it means it's spending based on the budget.
They can include both capital and current ones. For example, we just replace Windows or something has happened, missile or drone attack. It is urgent need to regulate the situation. But if we want to replace Windows at schools, make them energy efficient, and improve the quality of educational process, it should be aligned with the strategy and will be public investment projects. According to the code, the expenses related to safeguarding are not considered public investment project. Also, if there are some refurbishments, contributions into statutory capitals, it is just supporting financial state of the enterprise. I hope my colleague will tell in detail. Medium term has been renewed. There were amendments to the budgetary code of Ukraine and also many methodical recommendations. A lot of them were published with delay. Orders of the Ministry of Finance and the orders of the Ministry of Economy. It is going on, unfortunately, with delay, but it is moving. But now we have the regulatory base which will facilitate adoption of such documents. What are the main approaches? First of all, setting priorities for 3 years, medium-term planning, selection of priorities, selection of sources. Then we can see specific programs where the money will be allocated to. according to priority and according to the state of readiness. Then we have the stage of implementation and the stage of monitoring and reporting. So there are 5 main stages. We can't state that it is simple. It is pretty complicated. There are a lot of issues even at national level. The year 2025 was a pilot, and we need some time at the level of local self-government. If we are talking about assessment of projects, the program automatically screenings. Then we have a sectoral assessment. If we need funding from the budget, the respective ministry will assess whether this project is relevant or not. For example, if we build a 10-story school in a small gromada, it is not efficient. Money should be used efficiently. For example, gromadas often don't plan their expenses strategically. They say, when we find a donor, we will say what we need and we will sell and we will build. But they should always estimate whether they will be able to maintain this institution. That's what public investment management is about. Also, financial figures, environmental impact, 70% of public investments pact shall be spent on the continuation of the existing project. Secondly, prioritization and the level of the readiness. A short roadmap of medium-term budget planning. Since 2024, each gromada shall have the strategy. We set benchmarks. Our development for the next 3 years, priority projects, where money will be spent on within the next 3 years. There are a lot of discussion going on about medium-term plan of public investments. There are a lot of complaints from gromadas. But these are our estimation. One annex is about priorities, the second one, non-priorities. If we adopt a new budget for the next 3 years, our previous budget loses its force. And it is normal because we can't introduce changes constantly. Also, we should follow strategic priorities of the state. Also, you should set key sectors and subsectors, key direction of your development. Implementation, distribution of roles, initiator, executor, information is placed monthly. Photo reports of physical implementation and monitoring of benchmarks. If there is a disruption more than 10%, there will be reassessment. Monthly reporting, physical implementation, and financial figures. Also, within months after the project is over, a final report is made and conclusions are made. If there are some changes, the investment council shall initiate the audit. Initialization of the project. The project shall be approved in the single project profile. If the money is comes from the Gromada's budget, you do it at the level of Gromada. If you need additional money from the state budget, the ministry should assess your project, and then the funding will be allocated. Before, in Ukraine, there was inefficient use of costs. For example, there is one Gromada, they have Gromada's budget, they receive additional money from the state budget, they receive funds from several donors, and as a result, the neighboring Gromada doesn't receive anything. It is a sign of unjust distribution of funds. It is inefficient, duplication of functions, and inefficient use of budget. Each residence shall receive the necessary quality of services, no matter where this person is living. Everybody wants to have a playground for children, a sports ground, and it's unfair if one Gromada receives costs from the state budget and from donors, and the neighboring Gromada doesn't receive anything. What are potential sources of funding? First of all, direct budget financing. Then we have municipal enterprises income, private investments, funds from business or enterprise, lending, and grants. EU donors, How do we analyze the sources of funding? The Order 135 of the Ministry of Finance foresees this procedure. If you don't follow this procedure, the Ministry of Finance will block funding from the budget. First of all, your own costs are analyzed. If it is a project of a municipal enterprise, they justify why they can't use their own income. If it is not justified, you don't go further. The next stage, if you explain that you don't have enough costs, you can attract private investments, state-private partnership, concession. If the project will have more score. If you don't have such opportunities, the next step is to analyze alternative sources of lending, privileged lending, the most, the best interest rates, etc. If the interest rate is privilege, then this program might attract credit resources. Step number 4, grants. There are donors allocating money within international technical assistance. The next step is local budget. If you want to attract state budget, there is special procedure. First, the funds of the regional development fund are being considered. So if you justify that you can't attract these reserves, it should be consecutive and well justified. Also, the opportunity to fund urgent projects is foreseen. We understand the circumstances we are living in. So if it is life-saving, if this initiative has a critical importance for safety, protection of power system, infrastructure, then this project will follow a simplified procedure and will be prioritized. First, you should set the idea of the project. Then you assess your own resources. If it is a municipal enterprise, maybe you can allocate a part of your income into this project. The next step is analysis of different alternative sources. If you justify your choice, the Ministry of Finance will make a decision. All this data will be put into this single information system. You can compare different projects, the timeline, the efficiency, the effectiveness. You can read about a similar project. There is monthly monitoring and reporting. It is much more efficient use of funds. That's it. Thank you for your attention. Igor met almost all gromadas together with the ministry. So he's an expert in this field. My name is Valentina. I have been working with gromadas. Recently, we are talking about placement of gromadas projects at the DREAM platform. And the challenge we face is that they often don't see additional funding.
And we don't want to share this this project at the platform because we don't have enough employees. So why should we waste our human resources for this issue? How to work with this? How do you work with this right now? Thank you very much for your question. That's a good question. First of all, if a project is not at the DREAM platform, they will not receive finance. If they don't want to receive donors funds, state budget funds, so this is their choice because that was done for them. If they want to develop strategically, based on their priorities, they need to move forward in this direction. I understand communities and challenges for them. It is they need the resources and they need to work. Yes, it's difficult. I understand it, and we are working on this. And right now we are learning the issue on the simplification of this procedure. We are making amendments to the resolution, not just 5 reasons: strategic, economic, legal, and monetary, but just strategic. And if the state budget was under in the transition process, so local budgets need to be in this process also. And right now we have a good experience in funding from the state budget for shelters and school buses, and we examined the efficiency of this procedure. But if you want to receive funds, you need to do it. And this procedure will be simplified. So this is my answer. I would like to add, we have a lot of questions. What to do? Over 12,000 projects were introduced into the DREAM platform, and communities are angry because we wasted our time. So what's the destiny of this project? These projects were prepared when we didn't have methodological guidelines, and most of them do not contain any feasibility tasks. So let's look at it as a specific training. The communities were starting to overcome their fear of this dream system. Yeah, that was not very good. But among those projects, we can see different projects. For example, painting fences near the school. But there are really strategic and necessary projects. If these projects are the dream, it doesn't mean that we can bury them. So you can take this project and improve it using these methodological principles and submit again. But as Igor said, first of all, you need to introduce it into the platform. And the previous years, only one region could do it, and right now, different communities can do it. Thank you for your answer. Any questions in the hall? I can see no hands raised. So, Mr. Mikola, please, I give you the floor. Kovacs, his methodological, his green investment specialist at Eco Action and Bank Watch Network. So please tell us if everything is so smooth on our pathway to the public investment. So Mr. Igor did good analysis, and he mentioned the things I wanted to speak about methodological principles. I would like to apologize because some slides are not very accurate. I don't know why it happened, because what happened, because previously everything was good, so I'm sorry for that. And I would like to add, it was very interesting to listen to the representations and look at it when there are some graphics, videos, everything is interesting. And I was afraid that my presentation would be a little bit boring because I have no images and graphics. I will speak about different documents, why we need them. So I'm sorry, but in order to improve the situation, I asked animation man they will make this presentation more vivid. I would like to start where we are now. The reforming of the public investment management system is a very difficult process. If we look at the experience of the Western European countries, it took 15, 20 years, only testing period when they tried to change something and they examined if it worked or not. That period might have taken 5 years. Here in Ukraine, we are in the position to do everything possible to do it as quick as possible. And that's terrible because we do something without any methodological basics. So we do it and then we redo it. Or right now we are still waiting for the adaptation of some documents. So we have strict timelines, 2 years were defined as a transition period. But Mr. Igor said, and I heard that only right now communities have started to get involved in this process. And for the local level, this transition period 24, 25 will last. And I hope that that will do because it's rational. So this is war, and it influenced on the reform. And of course, we understand that we are trying to survive. We are defending our independence. But for the help of our partners, without financial support, we wouldn't have survived. The budget would have been ruined. So external financial support is a particularity of this period. So another problem, political problem. So government means policy. They formulate and implement policy. At the legislative level, it is parliament, but this year, this is the last year of the transition period, and we have survived the change in the government. So you understand that a new team has arrived, and they're trying to make their proposals, and it's a great break. And as for the institutional problems, I heard different speakers, and they said, so this monster like Ministry of Economy and was expanded, and the Ministry of Environmental Protection and the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Economy were merged, and I think that there are a lot of risks. So two goals, two tasks were combined, and these goals are contradictory, and there is disbalance in this checks and balance system. So I see there is risk. And as for the strategic planning, the fact that this this reform is being implemented. So right now there are a lot of documents regarding this reform. There is communities. There were a lot of attempts. Only right now we have a concept of developing documents and action plan to the strategy, and we were waiting for this for 2 years. So strategic planning and the structure of these documents should be solved. And the lack of time and the circumstances mentioned, Ms. Eger said that some methodological guidelines didn't appear on time, and the initiator of this project did everything possible at their own risk. And I would like to say that when Ukraine started this reform, a roadmap was developed. The reforming of the public investments management system, and it was a little bit strange to my mind, because there were just two protocol decisions. You will not find any official decisions, but roadmap was developed at the end of 2023, and in 6 months plan action emerged, and this is a very important document containing the tasks, what should be done, or in which according to which deadlines, who is responsible. And thanks to this action plan, we can follow our methodological basic. First stage, creation of prerequisite for the transition to new model. This action plan envisaged a variety of documents of different levels, starting from new laws, legislative changes, and next regulatory acts, resolutions of Cabinet of Ministers, and the approval of orders. And the last link is methodological principles for public investments management system. There is a very good document published at the website of the Ministry of Finance. This is the status of the implementation of this roadmap. So you will find links just to the information about the first quarter, and we're waiting for the update of this. So task 2, implementation of strategic planning of public investment. But the first task was the development of legislative basis, but the preparation of methodics and orders. So the concept of national system of strategic planning was planned for December 2024, and we have the act of our government in August 2025. But we should adopt it at the legislative level. Draft laws of Ukraine for the implementation of this concept have not been done, and they are in the plans of the new government. So at the beginning of this year, we had action plan belongs to Shmigal. Right now we have a new action plan of the new government, and they're different. And according to the new plan, the legislative amendments must be made in December. So the order of the implementation of sectoral strategies. As for these sectoral strategies, simple example. So the initiators should use sectoral industries, but there are no these industries. So this is the message for IMF. So the sectoral strategies must be developed by December of this year. So we are delayed. As for the methodological guidelines for the preparation and monitoring of the implementation of these sectoral strategies, of course, there are no strategies, there are no methodological guidelines. As for the projects of updated sectoral strategies, the same. As for the order for the implementation monitoring of the midterm plan, it isn't planned for February, and the last one, midterm policy, it was planned for May, but it was done in July. So the February was very difficult, was very promising, but these policies were issued, and they referred to the things that do not exist. All these things should have appeared in July, and they appeared with the delay, and we were running out, and of course there were some collisions. And as for the creation of the methodological basis, so here we had to develop order and criteria for selection of public investments projects. And there were over 900 public investment projects, and among them 94 were financed for 2025 from the budget. So the strategic council took decision in terms of this project. This is the consultancy authority to the cabinet of ministry of Ukraine. And if you look at it, you can see that this is the government itself. So strategic investment council and we saw this provision that this council can raise some investments. There was no mention that they are obliged to, this council is obliged to do it. Well, the council took decision that some projects were financed from the budget. And what is this council? This is a consultancy body. they are not responsible for their decisions. Yes, the government is responsible. They should be responsible for any policy they pursued by them. And what about this council? It's just a consulting council. So they take decision that this project must be financed on basis of what? There there might be the prioritization. Uh, they refer, this council refer to the resolution of the cabinet of ministers, and they had to range this project to, but when we saw which project were financed, the highest rate was 6.2 was not financed. So the transparency of these decisions is quite low. We are not satisfied with it. I mean, civil society. And this change, there is very interesting issue. So the decision of this council can be approved by the act of the cabinet of ministers of Ukraine. May or may not. It depends on them. So these not very this vague, this not very clear points will not bring good to us. So there are another two speakers. So please, 5 minutes. Okay. So when you look at the list, you will see what's there, what's not there. But I would like to focus on this resolution 527. It was published in May. These are orders that we're waiting for so long.
We didn't have a medium-term plan of investments, therefore we didn't understand this order. The decree was with amendments introduced in August 2025. The essence of these amendments that the procedure of preparation would be mandatory for projects with state investment, lack of time and not understanding the importance of quality of preparation of such projects led to the fact that this assistance shall be allocated to local gromadas where there is lack of capacity and lack of staff. On practice, there are several projects of international technical assistance, but it is slowly and they are being approved in a very complicated manner. What is new? There are 3 levels of feasibility studies depending on the scope of the project. This analysis shall be done in accordance with the guidelines provided by the ministry, but the ministry has not prepared these guidelines on time. What do we have? There are methodical recommendation on the analysis of expenses, analysis of efficiency of expenses, analysis of the list expenses and multi-criteria analysis. I have found the guidelines from the manual of World Bank Group on State and Private Partnership dated 2021. We have been waiting for long for this methodics. The Ministry of Economy is in charge. We were involved in this preparation. There was a task force. There was just one meeting of this task force. As a result, it is very complicated to understand, so many pages. It is complicated for grandmothers to get it and understand. Therefore, we think that we should pay attention to simplification and assistance to grandmothers. My presentation consists a lot of links, so it's a kind of library of regulations. Please use it. All the links are in one place. Finally, useful links. General outlook of the management reform and documents prepared by the DREAM. And educational course Sproможні. Thank you very much, Mykola. It was informative and useful, especially the links. It will be useful for practitioners. Please distribute it to grandmothers, and we will post it at our website. I want to add that if you just Google Dream Academia, you will find lots of useful information, how to apply step by step. Olena, Institute of Economy and Prediction. There was an algorithm of defining the sources of funding. You told us that self-assessment is necessary, but grandmother has own resources or collaboration with business. Will this project be eligible to DREAM, or grandmother can implement this project without informing anyone? First of all, DREAM is mandatory. Secondly, it depends on criteria and the size of your project. If you don't need additional funding from state budget, you will create your single profile of Gromada. It is if it is up to 50 million. Then there are several solutions. If you need funding from the Bay state, you shall apply for the assessment of the respective ministry. Then, depending on the size of the project, if it is up to 50 million, you are drafting feasibility study and you don't need money from state budget. You can implement. If the scope is more than 50 million, you shall follow investment feasibility study. After that, there will be a sectoral assessment, expert assessment, and funding. Full feasibility study, it is a broader checklist and a full justification. And then you submit for the sectoral assessment of the ministry. There is a step-by-step instruction at the website. Are you talking not just about Gromada project, but municipal enterprises projects too? If it is a public investment project, yes. Let's move forward. We have seen methodological base, and I give the floor to Ola Bodeichuk, All Ukrainian Association of Territorial Communities. Ola was in the EU and now she's crossing the border. Ola will tell us how Gromadas are handling these challenges because there was a series of webinars for Gromadas. Hello. I'm on the road. I'm glad to see all of you. And thank you on behalf of our association for invitation. It is precious to keep in touch with Gromadas. I will present our analytical survey, main challenges for Gromadas in the system of public investment management in Ukraine. $757 respondents took place from different oblasts of Ukraine. mostly specialists from administration, economic development units. We can see that temporary occupied gromadas are least active. It is clear why. As of September 2025, more than 68% of gromadas have approved the plan. 25% have partially improved, and 5% didn't. If we are talking about integration into DREAM ecosystem, in October, this percentage has increased about 6% of gromadas. You can check it at the DREAM website. Our association conducted this survey on the basis of our trainings and webinars for gromadas. In order to understand priorities, each gromada should understand that priorities are approved at the national level, and each gromada should follow these priorities. If we are talking about challenges for gromadas, gromadas plan projects in municipal infrastructure and services sphere, 80%, education and science, 70%. The next is healthcare, social sphere and public safety, energy and environment, transport and housing, digitalization of public services, 25%. Digitalization is developing very well. European countries are inspired by the development of digitalization in Ukraine, even in wartime. Talking about the sources of funding, gromadas usually select state programs and subventions, international technical assistance, gromadas own budget, 70% of gromadas mentioned state and public partnership, private investments, less than 20% of gromadas. I would also talk about staff potential. There is a legislative requirement to conduct an audit I have conducted hundreds of consultations with representative of gromadas, and that situation is sad. But there is a positive side. People are being trained. And I am sure that if they do it for the first time in such turbulent times we're living, the next time they will be much more experienced. There is a dedicated unit or team, only 30% of gromadas, and there are responsible persons, 40% of gromadas. They don't have any team, about 30% of gromadas. It is also a high percentage of gromadas who can't organize their work in order to place these projects. Reform of public investment purpose was to show transparent use of costs.
If the community wants to develop, have they have to develop. We believe in it, and right now we are talking about the conditions of the post-war recovery. So we needed to join to study how to combine our efforts, and we develop the mechanism of cooperation uh, or outsourcing so that communities could implement their exercise their authorities. And next slide. So I have already talked about the human resource potential. There's the lack of staff, and it's very difficult even to analyze some economic feasibility. And communities face the problem that even when they have the guidelines from the team and communities uh, need to go through it once so that in the future they could improve their actions on the basis of their experience. I would like to say about the main challenges in implementing the reform of the public investments management system. The, uh, the biggest problem is the lack of finance, the misunderstanding how to identify the threshold limits for next periods in martial law context, then the lack of human resources. It's 70% for the respondents, and the lack of high quality data and analytics to fill these documents. That as for the attraction of investments, when they say we start to speak about the strategic planning, and as for the communities, communities don't understand where to move when they don't have investment passports, when they don't understand how they could attract investors for which projects. And the next lack of the monitoring and appraisal and assessment tool. We have already mentioned about it in the legislative norms. As for the monitoring tools, they will be developed, and this reform has been launched in Ukraine, and we, as the Ukrainian, all Ukrainian association, we need to support each other, not to judge each other, and to use this democratic mechanism of cooperation and to make amendments to the legislative act. Please, next slide. Well, according to the survey, there was a question which support do communities need. We see that communities need to study, they need trainings, they need the improvement of legislative basis, they need technical training for working with the dream system, they need assistance in attracting investors, and in general community must be presented as a player at the investment market. This is the branding skills. So the All Ukrainian Association of Territorial Communities is working on this, and many other agencies. But the fact is that communities have no time to process such big amount of information. But I'm sure that if we take small steps, we will achieve our goals, smooth transition, and we will build a competitive country in the future. Please, next slide. So conclusion. So to make conclusions about the reforming of public investment management system in local communities, and we start from the villages till towns or bigger communities, we need to understand that the multi-term investment plan must be regarded as the investment as a tool of self local government and development. It is a push to push ahead. So this is the point of rating of our communities at the investment market, and this is the rating of our country at the global market and in the European Union. I would like to say that communities start to understand that the dream system and the forming of investment portfolio is not just a challenge but this is the future, and most communities accepted the idea that this reform will continue, and we need to say that we depend on the funding provided for the post-war recovery. And I would like to say thank you for everyone for the attention and for the possibility of presenting this situation and to give you the current information about the implementation of this reform. And I would like to wish success to the representatives of the communities in implementing this reform. And I would like to say to wish everyone peaceful sky and the victory for Ukraine, because this is the biggest challenge for our country. Everything we will overcome. Thank you very much. It's a very good search. This is real figures about reform of the public investment management system, and we are together. We understand that you are on your way. So we invited Tatiana Arsenyuk. But I have a quick question. It's quite relevant for our symposium. So what's the place of community in the public investment management system? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation from the All Ukrainian Territorial Association. Pani Ola did good examination, so you can find this information on the website of decentralization. As for your question, we emphasized for territorial communities. So these communities may include the civil society organization to their commission. as well as the deputies of the councils. I think that in the context of war, it's very important. And as for the legislative base, this is the obligation of the self-government authority to include civil society representatives. And I would like to mention something about this reform. It's obvious that it's not very easy for communities. They have to re-examine their approaches, to change their thinking. So they should identify their priorities at the communities, bearing in mind the martial law. We need to emphasize that this reform is one of priorities inside on such important documents as Ukraine facilities, and we have such commitments in the memorandum with the IMF. So I think that our task is very important for Ukraine. So our policy, our common vision must be the same, purposeful and consistent. So this reform is very important. So of course, society may resist, but we try to provide consulting services and to explain to the communities why this reform is so important. And as I say, that there is no step back. And I would like to add that we had some events in Kirovogradshina and in Zhytomyr region. So there are some issues, and I would like to mention two of them. The first, that the draft law of state budget 1430, there are no clear distinctions for transfer. And it's very important for communities because they need to understand which funds they will receive. So it's very important to know which finance will be co-finances and which funds must be envisaged for international projects for public investments. And another problem, so communities ask to uh, to define clearly the interpretation of spendings at the legislative levels. What is the capital spendings? Because in a few years, controlling bodies will check them. And for communities, it's very important to understand correctly what these terms are. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much for this substantial event. So we heard the voice of communities, and I invite our partners to cooperate with our communities because this is the shortest way for the implementation. But we don't forget about the thing that all our projects must be in the framework of the sustainable development. So we are running out, but I would like to invite oh, good afternoon. Yes, I don't have slides, just speech. So in the broader framework of public investments, there is necessity to take into account ecological, land sustainable, and any other criteria. So for a few years, we have been discussing this issue, how to build better, build to be greener. And I heard and I attended a lot of events. So for a long time, we discussed what green was, where to take these criteria. We were engaged in this process at the end of 2024 because the government was discussing the optimal approach, and our expertise was good there. So we were working for 6 months with the team of the World Bank. How to choose the basic approach that could be beneficial for Ukrainian communities and could be aligned with the Ukrainian pathway to the European Union. So the challenge was how to define the notion. There are different frameworks, different criteria, different sectors, industrial, gas emissions, circular economy, different EU acquis. So there are different methodologies. So they're all based on the Green Deal, Paris Agreement, but in practice, if you take IFC policy or EBRD policy and you will try to submit your project, you will see the difference. Principles are the same, but not just models are different. Some projects are applicable for one institutions are not applicable for another. So other donors fortunately propose assistance to the government of Ukraine. Korea, Great Britain, Norway, other countries, Canada. These countries have their own principles. So there is difference between North Korea or Southern Korea, sorry, and Norway. So during this discussion, I thought that would be good to develop unified approaches and work with the international partners to hear their comments and to ask them to take into account our approaches. So when, if my project is estimated according to this criteria, so the donors could provide their comments at the stage of the development of this project. That was very difficult. So we discussed about the approach and the optimal solution. So to use the do not significant harm principle. These principles are the most universal, and they are taken into consideration by our partners. EBRD is considered as climate bank of the EU. EBRD, EIFC have different approaches. Why did I tell all the things? Because it's not so easy to provide legal guidelines, because it's not so easy to be green. You should take into account a lot of obstacles. So we provided some proposals, we received comments. So what was the problem? If somebody of you dealt with the fair repair, those know what are requirements in the FG from fair repair and where they got it. It means World Bank policy. The most important thing that they started. So look at these tables, 50 pages of tables and questions. In the gas emissions, in terms of gas emissions or circular economy, and so on so far, 50 pages. If we just used this approach, every community needed to fill these 50 pages. Social, environmental aspects, it's not realistic. But as for the private sector, so first principle is to take into account the interests of our international partners, and the second principle is to implement something that will work. So there are some communities in Ukraine loved by all international donors. So the same communities applied for grants of different donors. But there are communities that do not receive these grants. So this is our target audience. We need to help them. So we have 5% of our communities which can do it alone, but we need to work with with those who can do it. So the principle D, don't do no significant harm. So there were very good speeches. So the idea is the same. So right now these approaches are simplified. So we used the mini approach for tail, so 50 millions, less 50 million. For first stages, retail and approaches should choose the project they want to implement. The community may choose different types of activities. Then the system propose them to, they propose to learn possible negative impacts. So this is information from the European Union. So we say to our communities, if you want to build any objects, any generation facility, so the representative of the community may not agree with this system.
Gromada representatives might disagree. In fact, we don't require a lot from small projects. We kindly ask them to think over, to select the type of activity, whether there are climate mitigation risks, whether my project will have a negative impact in future or in the process of construction. Biodiversity, prevention of climate changes, pollution, soil, water, waste, atmosphere. It is a high level assessment. The principle do no significant harm. It might be more complicated when you need more explanation, more justification. Then there will be decrease of green gas emissions. But we didn't create any additional requirements to the applicants if we compare with the requirements of the current legislation. If the law doesn't require that at this stage of implementation, we don't complicate grandmothers' lives. Considering the fact that we are moving towards the EU and our legislation should be aligned with the EU acquis, I will not go deep dive. There was only one meeting of the task force, as Mykola said, regarding the guidelines. I would double them. Why? Because the more detailed explanations are, the easier it will be for people who need that. People who don't need that will not read them. Of course, it is complicated for grandmother who have never done that before. Next year, we plan numerous workshops for local grandmothers under the agreement of the World Bank and the government of Ukraine. In fact, there are KPIs for the government. Most funding we want to receive for the World Bank are linked to that. That's why the government will be motivated. There will be qualitative sessions and trainings for grandmother, how to fill in everything considering environmental parameters. We were thinking over such program. We think that the best is about 4 hours modality. It is planned. There are several options. I'm sure the government will not realize that by themselves. They will need expertise and assistance from donors, administration, logistics, organization. We will hope that we will manage to organize it efficiently and reach most grandmothers, Dream Academia and Dream Team. There are many questions to them, but they are doing a good job. Preparing online courses and materials for grandmothers, their recordings are the best solutions. Thank you for paying attention to trainings. We understand that these challenges related to the EU taxonomy. I understand that very well because I used to be deputy mayor. Dear colleagues and partners, Thank you very much for this event. Let's sum up. My question is that we see one reform of spatial planning in Ukraine, and I suspect that it is not very sad, but the expectation were higher, funding from the World Bank, strategic planning, spatial planning, and financial planning. They live their own life. Spatial planning, just 1% from the needs. Financial planning, all drivers are working. It seems to me that we don't solve problems we will have to solve in future because we don't see the whole picture now. Gromada doesn't have a spatial vision. They accumulate projects and we don't understand how they will coexist in space. Spatial planning. I was talking about that, how to preserve a space in this case. I agree about spatial planning, and the strategic financial planning is about dream and public investment management. The aim of the reform to send money in accordance with the strategy. Medium-term plan of public investments and single Gromada portfolio. They are related, they are linked to the budget. I'm not an expert in special planning, therefore I can't comment. You asked about combination. I agree. Ideally, we should understand not just financial and strategic component, but what will we build, what will we place, especially if we are talking about big gromadas. I think we will always lack resources. It will be always painful. I don't know why in Ukraine, historically, culture and environment are not priorities, but environment will pay much, we will have to pay much higher in future. How do I see that? Clear strategy of development and resources needed for implementation. Naturally, after planning, we need specific roadmaps and steps. If we had been living in an ideal world without the war and with funds, we would do it very quickly. Even in Ukraine, there are options to find additional funds. Even now, I would keep asking and knocking the door, communicate it starting from big settlements because this issue is more acute there. And this question will also be up to date in the process of recovery. Many people will have additional needs, and our infrastructure and urban planning don't take it into consideration. Budget will not give enough money, therefore civil society, cooperation, synergy. The question of Alexander is a good one. A lot of questions have not been answered yet, and we should keep working. Hello, I kindly ask Natalia and Irina. My name is Anastasia Ivashina from Eco Action, and today we will listen to 3 presentations dedicated to building renovation mechanisms and skills enabling a sustainable recovery. The first one is Volodymyr Vladyka, Building Performance Institute Europe. Then Natalia Andrusevich, Society and Environment, will tell about workforce and energy efficient measures. Irina Klimas, Center for Environmental Initiatives, Eco Action. First, we will listen to the speech, then we will have few questions, and we will see whether we will have time for Q&A in the end. And I give the floor to Volodymyr. Thank you for invitation. The questions you are discussing are crucial. My name is Volodymyr. I'm working at the Analytical Center of Building Performance Institute Europe, and my presentation will be about strategies and policies of energy efficiency of buildings, building back better. My organization has been working for 15 years in political studies in the EU on energy efficiency of buildings. We are based in Brussels and Berlin, and we had a project financed by the European Climate Condition in Ukraine. In today's presentation, I will tell about plans for green recovery of buildings, we had an experience and how to use Green Deal of the EU for building back better. My reflections, how to make it happen. During the last session, I heard how to plan what are the pluses of planning. It is important to plan because ensures stability and consecutivity of policy, which creates investment confidence for partners and ensures alignment with the EU, with the Green Deal, and favors receiving numerous benefits. And the BPIE, we had an exercise on numerous benefits of energy efficiency of buildings.
There are other parts, so increasing of efficiency at school and improving human health thanks to the good building conditions. And it may lead to the decline of death in hospitals. So there are a lot of advantages, and we need to look at the planning very carefully. As for the plans I'm talking about, so we developed this paper 6 months ago. We examined 3 plans that may be very important for green recovery. This is the Ukraine Facility Plan, National Energy and Climate Plan, and long-term renovation strategy. We looked at the 3 factors. These plans are very different. They contain a lot of issues. So energy, the first issue. As for the strategy, we looked at the 3 main parts of this strategy. When we talk about the Ukrainian plan, I think that most of you know it, but this is the key plan of reforms for 24-27. And this plan is supported by the EU and 50 billion euros of finance. The finances. So when we examined this plan, so we saw that the energy efficiency of buildings is crucial, and it's very difficult to plan something during wartime, but still there are some reforms, including energy efficiency in the chapter 7 and chapter 10. Human capital includes the reform, the housing reform for for people with disabilities, and chapter 10, energy includes some energy efficiency points, and these reforms are planned for the end of this year and for the beginning of next year. And each reform is a precondition for financing from the EU. So these reforms must be implemented. So next plan, this is the this plan includes 5 issues, and this is the main plan for those issues: energy efficiency and climate change, and of course, it contains decarbonization of buildings, um, some measures are mentioned there. For example, energy efficiency fund activities and the scheme of heating of energy supply. So this plan was adopted last year. It includes the very important principle of energy efficiency, first of all. So these two plans contain issues about energy efficiency of buildings. So what was missing? So the main guidelines to ensure stable financing of a program to increase the energy efficiency of buildings. So this plan will be supported, but it's very important that this plan is financed in the non-stop regime, and we should include the levels of energy efficiency for every category of buildings. So every event could provide for the better financing for buildings to be reconstructed with the higher energy efficiency level. And third recommendation, these plans should include energy efficiency principle, first of all, and so that we could see advantages and values of energy efficiency. No, so measures of energy supply may draw more attention because thanks to the way of its implementation. So let's go to the strategy, to the next following strategies. So there are 3 issues regarded. So the examination of the national building stocks roadmap, and the review of implemented and planned policies and events. So the implementation of this strategy is the main part for the implementation of the energy efficiency of buildings, as this strategy was developed at the beginning of the war. It must be amended. It's necessary to uh, change this strategy, to update it. And there are new directives of the EU about the energy efficiency, and they may be used in implementing this strategy to make Ukraine a membership of the European Union. But there are a lot more details in the report. It's very, very brief, and these are first recommendations. I would like to describe the part of new directive of the EU. This is the second part of our presentation. So we can start with the EU law regarding the energy efficiency. So the law of Ukraine continues to improve this law, and you know that it contains a lot of factors in terms of energy efficiency. So minimum requirements to the energy efficiency of buildings, certification of energy efficiency, motivation and promotion and financing of thermal modernization, buildings with the net zero waste of energy, and step by step it is being implemented in Ukraine. I would like to demonstrate that new directive is adopted in the EU, and it must be implemented by countries next year, and it has significant amendments to the lower energy efficiency. So you can see here the new part of this directive, and some of these parts are requirements. Requirements to the level of the renovation of the buildings, and supportive framework helps implement in the renovation, but it can also help with the reconstruction and energy efficient reconstruction. So I would like to emphasize or cite an example about the single service sentence in terms of energy efficiency. So directive is implemented in Article 18. So it provides for that such sentence were situated in the regions. Of course, Ukraine is not obliged to implement it as in the form of law. Maybe later, when Ukraine will be about accessing to the EU, but such centers may support the participants of the energy efficiency process, and they may provide different kind of assistance, like informative assistance and explaining the process, and they may do a lot of things. What services can they provide? A wide range of services. Or to the participants of this modernization, one of the example is Auskunft in Vienna, Austria. It is managed by the municipal authorities, and it provides a wide range of services for owners of residential houses in this location, in this municipality. So I would like to emphasize that this synergy exists, and it can be used, and it can be implemented, and it may help Ukraine become closer to the EU, and it has its own advantages. It's very difficult to describe it in a nutshell, but our main recommendation for Ukraine is to improve planning, to ensure green recovery of buildings and open possibilities to implement new directive about energy efficiency of buildings. You can find it at our website in English. There is information regarding the Ukraine's recovery, and there are a lot of recommendations for implementing the new directive of the EU. Thank you very much, Vladimir. Thank you for this timing. I would like just to say that we are working to by 5 o'clock, so we have enough time for all speakers to speak about their own work and their research. Thank you very much for this presentation. I have a question regarding these guidelines. Tell us, what's the role in these guidelines and policies belongs to the body carbon, to the building materials that are used for thermal insulation? Because here in Ukraine we use the cheapest materials, which do not work for a long time, but have very negative impacts on the environment. Thank you very much for your question. I would like to say that the solution may be found in new EU directive. There is a new guidelines regarding this issue. And in accordance with this directive, there must be roadmap regarding the decarbonization, which contains the main ideas how they can solve this problem. So the EU Commission recently has adopted secondary law how this roadmap can be implemented. It's a big issue, but at the European level, it's being solved. For Ukraine, it may be a possibility to look at this question and take and find the assistance even in the European Commission. Assistance supported, provided on our way to the European Union. So you can find some information at our website. It's information from my colleague. So you can find at our web page some recommendations. Maybe any questions in the hall? I would like to check if there are no questions in Zoom. So I have a question. If you analyzed the examples of reconstruction, modernization of buildings in Ukraine, which examples can be best examples, best practices according to the net zero emission standards? This analysis does not contain such information. I would like to emphasize that bear in mind European practices, because there were earthquakes in some countries, in Italy, for example, in Croatia, and after these earthquakes, there were different recovery programs. The energy efficiency was included as a part of these programs and a part of the assistance to these countries. So we can look at this issue from different point of view and find some assistance regarding the approach to the solution to practical issues. As for the reconstruction, Ukraine needed to examine some issues and to have pilot projects in the green recovery plan in the building net zero gas emission buildings, but it depends on the location of the reconstruction. So there are different parts of Ukraine, some parts of Ukraine which are which are constantly under the strike of the enemy, for example, in the eastern regions. They will have different approaches to the reconstruction compared to with the western regions, which will have the more traditional approaches. So there are two parts: pilot projects and focus on the on the needs in the different regions of Ukraine. So no questions. So one more question from me regarding quality control, quality assurance. Maybe you have some guidelines. How can we ensure this at the level of policy? Is there any opinion how it can be ensured? Yes, I think that quality insurance is quite important. There are people who conduct trainings for energy auditing. So training of people is very important. And I would like to add the EU is using a renovation passport when the energy auditors come and look at your building and they think how they can do it.
And then the owner of the building shall follow this plan and the next step opens access to the next step. So it is efficient and modernizing buildings. All these tools which favor technical expertise and implement the documents which improve the path of the building to reconstruction and modernization might help. I give the floor to Natalia, and she will tell about green workforce and prospects in Ukraine in the context of reconstruction and modernization of building. Dear colleagues, thank you for invitation. The topic of green workforce is important in the context of Ukraine's green recovery. There are 4 researchers Why did we start to be engaged? And what is the evolution? In 2023, it was actively discussed the concept of green recovery. The working group was created even in 2022 on the recovery, included climate and environment. But we had a feeling that it was just blah, blah, blah about the principles. And my colleague and I, we started to think over the instrument which might be used on practice for green recovery. The idea of deep dive into green workforce, workplaces in the EU, and we decided to study this concept and how it might help us in our post-war green recovery. The next survey was at the Gromada level because sometimes we see that some ideas might be implemented at national level, no will from politicians or business lobbying. Therefore, it is easier to start at Gromada level. Working with Vinnytsia city, it is a good example. Vinnytsia green course, Gromada had a roadmap and keeps working within this framework. So we went to Vinnytsia and asked them about green workplaces and how it might favor green transformation of the whole Gromada. The third survey is in the context of green transformation of coal regions at the request of the GIZ, Lvivska and Volynska, workplaces and education. Educational institutions and how it will favor green transformation. And our fourth survey was green workplaces from concept to practical implementation for advocacy. The Ministry of Economy is in charge for employment policy, and we told them that we need political and legislative framework. What do you need in order to take it to national level? They said that they needed a survey, but the ministry has been transformed and the lady we worked with now is in charge of culture. So I will tell you the most interesting issues from our four surveys. If you are interested, please join our website, the section Відбудова. The issue of green workforce, why is it important? Why should we consider this concept for green recovery of Ukraine? First of all, we see the impact of green transformation on the labor market in the world. There are green sectors and green workplaces. According to the World Economic Forum, it was calculated that by 2030, there will be 5.5 million workplaces in the area of climate mitigation. Secondly, European Green Deal as the foundation for promoting green issues. A lot of was said in the context of green workplaces in construction. It was planned that green transformation of construction would create new green workplaces. Ukraine's transition to green economy and considerable attention to social policy in the context of Ukraine facility, Volodymyr mentioned it creates a political framework and it will be easier to promote this concept at national level. We will be able to advocate this concept to be implemented as one of Ukraine's plans indicators. And Ukraine's moving towards the European Union. How are green workplaces calculated in the EU? It is linked to the calculation of eco services and eco products. And these statistics shall be implemented in Ukraine if we become EU member. So it is one of the requirements of negotiations EU-Ukraine. And the question of employment, so sooner or later, we will come to this question. We don't have a single definition on green workplaces, but there are two approaches. The first one on the basis of the results of work. For example, if it is a green product, all employees have green workplaces. No matter whether it is accountant or lawyer. It is the first approach, and the second one, when people employed favor protection of environment. For example, this enterprise is harmful for environment, but they have an engineer in charge of environment, so his position will be considered a green workplace. So there are categories of enterprises manufacturing eco products or eco services. There is regulation for that. There is a big interest to this issue from the International Labour Organization. If we take these definitions and the approach used by the International Labour Organization, there is a very important component of decent wages. It is crucial and should be considered in the context of renovation and make Ukrainians come back home after the war. If there will be workplaces with decent wages, people will come back more. We lost a lot of workforce because many people are abroad. So this component will also be important. In the European Union, there is no single definition. Some countries have this definition in the law, others don't. The European Union has a tendency to talk about green skills. Recently, there was a classification, 591 skills were classified as green ones, and green transformation is transformation of skills. If we are talking about green transition and people lack some skills, we can develop green skills. I have already mentioned statistical observations. Employment in this sphere in the European Union is 2.5% on average, about 5% in Luxembourg, Estonia, Finlandia, and Austria. What did we try to do? We tried to calculate the number of workplaces created by recovery. We used double methodology. On one side, we assessed needs in investments conducted by World Bank, European Commission, and our government. And then we used the typology of the EBRD and the World Bank, how many new workplaces the investment in this sector will create. mobility of workforce, the sector of economy is also considered. Green recovery will create more than 1 million workplaces if we do it on green basis. It is very important if Ukrainians come back to Ukraine that they will have decent wages. What did we calculate in Vinnytsia? A lot of green workplaces. When we did this survey, the problem was absence of data. It was very complicated to calculate because many enterprises don't present their data. We used the data of the pension fund, big data. Our analyticians like to handle such tasks. So we came to the conclusions you see. In the Vinnytska Gromada, we have calculated 24,000 green workplaces, which makes 15%. We compared the data we found in Poland.
Except state sectors, 50% is the energy, retail, trade, and food industry. I have already mentioned a little bit that it's very important to implement these green jobs at the local level because that will promote the green transformation of the buildings and the cities, and it's very good for the damaged cities because the recovery is based on the green reconstruction, and then the synergy of our cities, Ukraine and the European cities, because a lot of cities have their own strategies, and these strategies contain the issue of green jobs. And when the representatives of our cities see each other at some forum and they have common topics to discuss or to cooperate and so on and so forth. So that's why it's very important too. So next moment, this is the context of raising investments, because we say that investors don't want to invest in dirty industries. They want to invest to green sectors, so that may attract investments to this or that city, community city. That so this 20% for communities for their needs in recovery and reconstruction. So if the community is ready and working with the green transformation concept, that would be easier for this community to attract investments for their growth in the framework of the Ukraine facility and other regions. I have already mentioned that we conducted some surveys and research, very interesting figures. It's very interesting to say something about coal regions. For the purposes of this study, we ordered the focus. We established focus groups for the representative of all business, not called business, working in these regions, and we asked about their expectations, that what they think if the coal mines will be closed, and a lot of people will lose their jobs, and they say we will take everyone because we need people. It means that so the employment issue is quite urgent right now. And I'm coming to the end. Here, some recommendations. We are focusing on these guidelines in our advocacy work. First of all, it's work with the government at the national level to have a definition of what green jobs mean as a political category. We try to do it and almost managed to have it in our law about the climate basics principles, but before voting, this issue was cancelled from this law. Second, new green jobs must be high quality, so they must have decent salary, state support, cooperate in new jobs, then work with the educational system. We saw the gap between the educational establishment and what the employers need today. So there is another gap, and we need to work with this issue. And in the context of the European integration, this is the implementation of regulations regarding the calculation, and we need this regulation, and we need to collect the appropriate statistics. So we not a lot of organizations are engaged in this activity too. So there is project Living Planet, and they connect, they link this issue to the veteran policy, and their task is to see how people ex-military right now veterans, what to do, how to engage them in green jobs, and they if anyone is interested, they have a discussion at their website, and they discuss this roadmap, and you can leave the comments there. So they go from the policy level, from the level of the necessity to implement it into the legislation. So but the final goal is to find the synergy of green transformation and better. Thank you very much. It was very interesting. It's a very motivating speech, and I would like to provide a comment here. We are talking a lot about difficult, unsolved situations, a lot of things, a lot of situations where we can face some crisis, shocks, and here we can look at this issue at the perspective of opportunities. And it's very important to engage people, and this is about new possibilities and growth and the movement to something better. Thank you very much for it. This fair transformation issue. Yesterday we didn't have opportunity to talk about it, and right now you mentioned. And thank you for the mentioning the veteran policy. And right now it's time for questions. No questions? I would like to ask a follow-up question. I would like to ask, how did you calculate the green jobs? How did you calculate it? These are economic activities. You found the enterprises with the green jobs, or you find a specific employee at this or that enterprise. Thank you very much for your questions. It's a difficult issue with these methodologies. And I first variant, when we calculated how many jobs for recovery, it was based not on the enterprise data. It's a national level. It was based on the sector-based level, agriculture, energy. When we calculate for communities or regions, we take positions at some specific enterprises. So according to the pension fund data, we found these positions: teacher, doctor, engineer, occupational safety engineer. So it's a specific position, and there were a lot of data. All employees should be calculated. So that's what we were doing. So our goal as Ukraine to calculate on the basis of the type of economic activities as European Union does it. But one activity may include net zero enterprises and enterprises with a big amount of gas emissions. So I think that it's an extremely difficult issue how to work with all this data. It's interesting. Even this, if the European methodology is not very precise, there are about 50 types of services provided and considered as environmentally friendly, and all people engaged in these sectors providing these ecologically friendly services. So these jobs are considered as green, and there are types of products produced by these enterprises, and these people, employees, are considered as green jobs. So we can discuss it, and they asked, so why did you calculate so, and we answered back. So this is an invention of the European Commission. Thank you very much for your interest. Thank you. Any question in Zoom or in the hall? I would like to add, I'm working with the community in our project has then and so every community says that we need people starting from the installing solar panels and to modernizing buildings. When the communities tell us that during the thermal insulation, people should live because the representatives of the military committee come and take people away. So that was alarming. We need people, and people don't understand that they need some infrastructure for training these people, vocational schools or some universities for training use or anything else. So it's really, really urgent. Thank you very much for these guidelines and for moving this discussion forward. And I think the representatives of the educational system will take something. So if we have time, we will come back to the topic of Volodymyr. And right now, I give the floor to the Irina Klimas, and we will talk about the energy efficiency. Good day, esteemed colleagues. Today, I would like to provide some conclusions regarding the thermal modernization of multi-story wooden buildings. And in order to examine this topic, we ordered the social surveys in the Institute of International Relations, and we conducted 14 interviews with experts in housing and energy efficiency sectors. We did specific analytics for this time, and we made some conclusions of it. What were our questions? We wanted to understand which barriers hinder the thermal insulation in multi-story buildings. If inhabitants of these buildings are ready to take part in the energy efficiency measures, which instruments of state and local policy may provide access to such residential housing, to financing and technical assistance? For your information, in Ukraine, there are 80% of multi-story buildings don't have USBB. Just 20% are USBB. These buildings that don't have such USB, these are old buildings. The state statistics shows that 18,000 of buildings were built in 1971. 22,000 buildings were built in 1890. So these buildings are quite old in unsatisfactory conditions. They have old communications and they need thermal modernization. As for state support, yes, Ukraine has state national programs and local programs of support. There are banking credits and financial leasing programs, but these programs are for the multi-story buildings with the owners, with legal entity, USBB, or building cooperatives. Exception is some local programs, some specific local programs providing some financing mechanism through the initiative groups. And there is another group, recovery of buildings for liquidating consequences of the military facilities. So the applicant in this program is a local authority, local self-governance authority. It may be a department of public utility sectors or something like that. Recently, this autumn, a significant step of the Cabinet of Ministers was the introduction of the draft law about the implementation with the central heating. The installation of individual heating point. This is one of the steps for massive thermal modernization. Of course, it's not enough. So we need to make serious changes because it influences a lot on our indicators of our EU accession, and we have some climate commitments, and we can't achieve our goal without these changes. As for the examination survey that we have conducted, so 91% of the inhabitants want to implement these energy efficiency measures. 74% know nothing about any state or local support program. 48% would like to create this OSB in their building, but there is a big amount of inhabitants is not satisfied with the work of their management companies. And they can't influence on this work, can't affect them. So this indicator was affected by this fact that neighbors are quite passive and they don't want to take part in any events. And we tried to examine what inhabitants of multi-story buildings think about their management companies. And we found that 22% appreciate their companies.
Then the work which has been done together with experts, we described 14 interviews with experts in this area, and opinions were different. We have collected the most important, where most experts agreed. Most experts agreed that it would be mandatory to create homeowners association in all multi-story residential buildings, which might ensure buildings management, facilitate access to energy efficiency program, and increase responsibility of co-owners for technical state of the building because now they don't think it is their responsibility. They think it is responsibility of the state. Also, experts highlighted necessity to reform regulatory base of activity of managing companies. It is evident because this company might be responsible if it had authority to manage funds. Unfortunately, such mechanism doesn't exist. Most experts agreed that it would be necessary to stimulate creating revolving funds at gromada level. It is pretty evident course is ensuring support from the side of local self-government, reforming the system of energy management at gromada level, gives them more mandate, allows them to train, to help with the tender procedure. Answering the questions we had in the beginning of presentation, the barriers to thermal modernization are forms of governments, local and state programs of energy efficiency are aimed at homeowners associations. All other residential houses are beyond. Managing programs don't have enough authority to submit to apply for the national programs. There is low competitiveness among the companies. People are dissatisfied with their work, but they can't select any other company. According to our social survey, the level of potential readiness of residents is pretty high. But there is a lack of awareness. We need to explain people why they need that and train them and educate them. We are doing that, but it's not enough. Some people are passive. We should motivate them, stimulate them, increase their activeness and leadership. A negative experience of cooperation with managing companies increases the wish of residents to create homeowners associations. Which tools of state or local policy might ensure access of these buildings to funding and assistance? One of the options is development of separate programs of financial assistance for houses without homeowners association. Another option is extension of the existing support programs, covering expenses on energy audits, project documentation, for example, via the decarbonization fund, revolving funds at the Gromada level for co-financing energy efficiency measures. Experts suggest proposing wide-scale measures only via homeowners associations. In order to increase trust of residents, we need to increase transparency. Some expert suggested creating separate accounts. I will not go deep. I kindly invite you to get acquainted with the full text at our website, and I kindly invite you to discuss, because we are ready for cooperation and discussion, because we didn't find a single solution, and we want to find this solution together. "42% of consumption, if we cover houses without homeowners association, is exciting." And I remember flashback from yesterday about central system of power supply. Residents are passive. Mikhailos set an example of Lithuania, where managing companies helped to modernize the housing stock very much. I am also thinking about green jobs. Serhiy Kusheryuk, Association of Energy Efficiency of Ukraine. Talking about conclusions and opportunities, what should we do with multi-apartment buildings? If we think about 5 categories of buildings in Ukraine, if experts want to do homeowners association everywhere, I don't think it is real. But there are other categories supported by local programs. And the owners, if there is a competitive environment, they can also fill in this niche. And if you ask co-owners and organize a meeting and vote, this decision shall also be presented and submitted. So we are talking about local level, and at national level, I see that experts see only homeowners association, but residents also have a right to be supported, and they are also self-organized, but in another manner. If we create a competitive environment for owners, for homeowners associations heads, if we remember the example of Lithuania, and we use ESCO mechanism, and ensure full thermomodernization and transition to climate neutrality, it is complicated. But if we start from territorial communities, communicate with them, they are experts how to move on, and then we will move to national level. We will return to this issue. The association has these success stories concerning revolving funds. If some initiatives are implemented, it is good for promotion and advocating. So we will have a coffee break. Volodymyr, are you still with us? Thank you. Volodymyr said about Austria's example, centers of efficiency, communicating with Zvyagivska, Romada, or Novovolinsk, one-stop shop for consultations and advice. Audit, referral to experts. It is a good solution to be implemented in Ukraine. I have raised this issue at the Rayon administration, organizing energy efficiency center at the level of the SNAP. But the problem is lack of funds, lack of capacity. But I think we should find the solution and knock the door. We can wrap up. Thank you, Volodymyr, Natalia, Irina, our listeners. Please stay. We will have session number 5. Our next session will be about financing renovation of buildings. It will be interesting. Please come. See all of you. All our guests in the room and those who are online. Our session 5 is dedicated to finance and renovation of buildings. Today we will talk about the strategy of financing. We have unique opportunity to restore Ukraine and to build back better energy efficiently and in a sustainable way, and make it accessible for all. In order to use funds efficiently, the assistance of European countries, we need the strategy. Today we will discuss such issues, mechanisms of funding to extend the scale of renovation, the gaps, how to reach out to owners of buildings, the ratio of expenses, the role of local communities and local organizations and educational institutions in renovation. I analytician from Dixie Group, Victoria Kovalenko. She's with us online. Your subject is decarbonization of the residential sector, strategic changes, and the role of financing. Dear colleagues, I'm glad to see all of you. Do you see my presentations? There are just a few. Last session, day 2. Dixie Group, we support the government with alignment of the legislation for green recovery of gromadas, energy management and institutional development of gromada, and we inform gromada about the existing financial mechanisms on energy efficiency and energy management. How will we recover in Ukraine? It should be sustainable and carbon free. So today I will be talking about municipal plans, energy plans. We always highlight for international institutions that municipal energy plan is a strategic plan on the use of energy resources by the community, how to save cost and attract investment for energy efficiency. MAP, it's the document for the analysis of energy consumption and guidelines how to gromadas who have MAP are more competitive, they receive grants.
Is the first document for decarbonization goals. It outlines how to reduce the CO2 emissions in the residential houses, in the public utility objects, but regard besides all this importance of this document, no energy efficiency event can be implemented without financing. So as we know, the reconstruction of building, the implementation of energy efficiency measures require a lot of finances, and without financial resources, we can do nothing. So Dixie Group conducted survey among communities, and we see that over 90% of the communities have practical experience in implementing energy efficiency measures within the last 5 years, and 90% of the communities confirm that they need this support in financing. When we talk about the main finance sources, the community raise the finances from the local budget, co-financing initiative, and the communities use the grants of the international donors, IBER, GIZ, and they use state subventions that can support specific directions, in particular budgetary objects. If you are interested in this survey, you can find this the result of this survey thanks to the QR code or the website of our company. Our conclusion is that for the most communities, the most big problem is that they are not ready for this opportunity. They don't have systemic approaches, specific priorities, and programs and projects for finance and support. So this plan is a crucial point, and it allows to transfer from chaos to systematization. And it shows where where you can attract investments, and it builds trust from international donors. If there is systemic approaches, you can solve any problems. In this case, energy issues. As for financing this project, conditions, preparations of the applications is heavy burden for municipalities. There is the lack of experts, lack of trust and confidence and finances. So to make communities aware, we, Dixie Group, is developing catalog of programs. We know that there are other sources for seeking finances, green platform, for example. I'm sure that this platform was mentioned here at this symposium, and we are developing our catalog for communities so they could easily use this catalog for looking for information, for looking events and measures um, they need. And would like to tell about possibilities recommendations how communities can implement the measures in better way and how to seek finance. First of all, strategic planning. The communities need to prepare municipal energy plan, to conduct audits, to prioritize objects, to prepare feasibility examination. They need to combine the sources of finances, grants, technical assistance. Of course, it's necessary to get involved the association of house owners. So because they can raise the compensation of 75% of spending. I think that my colleagues will tell more about it. But I think that it's also very important. It's necessary to prepare documents in advance, feasibility task, some technical tasks. It's necessary to form the reserve of finances because there are a lot of projects that need co-financing from 10 or 50 or 20% of the project budget. It's necessary to learn the type of budget. So it's necessary to examine which source of financing is better, grant or credit. You need to examine the conditions of returning of this financing because it's very important if the community is ready to assume some obligations in regarding this or that project. So you should draw attention to the technical assistance because and of course necessary to be strict to the deadlines and to coordinate efforts. Of course, we need energy management services. So we need it, and it's good when you have a strategy, municipal energy plan. Of course, we do not implement any measures if we don't have finances. But of course, if we don't have people who can coordinate these efforts as energy management, no chances for success. So here you can see the catalog that we are developing. So there are main programs and donors who finance the energy efficiency. And I would like to emphasize, so to create safe living standards, Ukraine is facing the necessity to reconstruct the damaged buildings, and the main factor is decarbonization and energy efficiency. So the first step is a municipal energy plan which combines vision, data, and finance. So today there are a lot of dozens of programs that provide the communities with possibilities to raise the money and implement energy efficiency measures. And first of all, for the communities which have this municipal energy plan. So the last thing I would like to say, the energy efficiency community is a community planning and using all financial tools and act. So there are more and more such communities. They are working on their own energy capacities. They're learning international experience, and they're implementing measures, building intermunicipal partnerships, and they are very effective in the for the sake of our energy independence and energy efficiency. So would like to say that the communities need complexity, and the energy plan is a good possibility for strategic vision. So that's all. Thank you very much, Victoria, for this substantial presentation. I have a question, and then I will give the floor to the hall, if you don't mind. Do you think that the current financial system can provide such full-scale renovation as we expect? I think, unfortunately, no, it's not enough for full-scale renovation, but we need to move in this direction and implement some projects. What do we need for this? First of all, we need to have these municipal energy plants in the community. Okay, any questions to Victoria? Are there any online questions? No. Thank you very much, Victoria. Stay with us. Is Tanya Boyka here? I'm here with you. Nice to see you. Hi, esteemed colleagues. I would like to give the floor to the experienced expert. I would like to give the floor to Tatiana Boyka, Civil Network of Fora, and she has a very good experience in housing. She's working with different types of houses, and right now we are going to talk about it, how to provide accessible finance for all buildings. Good afternoon. Colleagues, do you see my presentation? Yes, yes. I think that a lot of things were said about it, so I would not focus on this in particular, but I would like to remind you that there are updated regulations about energy efficiency buildings, and these regulations brought new philosophy. What's going on here? This is the implementation of the previous regulations. Why is it important? Because I would like to remind what is the essence of this new philosophy. These are principles of energy efficiency and the net zero emissions buildings, usage of solar energy, and transition and the assessment of the CO2 footprint for the building during its whole life cycle. We didn't have it in our legislation. So that's what we are talking about, the vulnerable households, information campaign, and the stimulation of energy efficiency in buildings with several owners and leased buildings. Unfortunately, we don't have it in our basis. I would like to say why it is important and how it affects the situation. Our organization conducted survey of the territorial communities at the beginning of this year, and we asked them about local practice aimed at increasing energy efficiency of buildings. And there were 103 territorial communities from 22 regions of Ukraine. And only 50% of the communities said that they are implementing programs for energy efficiency programs, and 67 communities are planning to do it. And that's a big step forward. What did they say about the existing tools and programs? They said the problems are the lack of stability, the lack of synergy, and the lack of the common philosophy. So the ideology is different. So we have a broad legal framework, and there are different programs based on this legal framework. They are implemented, and then the implementation stops suddenly, and one community supports one ideology, other communities support different ideology. So I would say that the main problem is not the lack of money, though it is true, but the problem is that these programs are not stable, fragmented, they are not synchronized, and the purposes are different, and the content is different. That's why donors don't give finance for these programs. I don't know if somebody is listening to me right now. I mean some of our donors with the civil society organization. We apply for grants, and we provide the justification why these donors should provide us with these grants. And I think that there's the lack of justification, and because the donor investor, in any case, it is an investor, maybe not classic investor, but if our international partners give us money, they expect something instead, and our arguments are weak right now. Well, I mentioned the main aspects at the beginning of my speech, the main aspects of this new philosophy, and you will get my broader presentation with more detail of different aspects, and they are all very important. And here I just mentioned some some things that are wrong in Ukraine. So I started with the things that which are wrong. So they have new European EU directives with minimum standards. There's the focus on the gradual renovation of buildings with the burst indicators, the change of philosophy from the motivation and the state support should be for those who need it more. So the state finances go to those who can co-finance, and who can do it, the richest communities. So if you look at the program Green Deal, so the funds were distributed among quite rich people. It's not middle class. It's even it's a association of house owners. Uh, they have some funds and they can buy solar panels without any support from the state. I do not criticize these programs, but just to understand that the direction is a little bit wrong. So we have the situation when those who have better lawyers, who were first, those received this financial support from the energy efficiency fund. It's not about this fund. I just don't want to point out, but in fact, this is what we have. And the directives say that those who have the worst situation must be financed. So Khrushchevki in in the center of districts, they have different stories. So rich communities which can stimulate this energy efficiency and the building.
Private houses, I mean, cottages and the villas. And we were talking about houses in villages. Nobody is talking about them. So the absence of the strategy is a barrier. I would say the absence of analysis of what is happening in reality. If we had a proper analysis and introduced changes on time, they would have been implemented. Evidently, the problem is lack of coordination. Finally, the directive also highlights favoring energy efficiency, access to funding, grants, and subsidies. We don't have a program of stimulating subsidies. It's a big problem in energy efficiency program. We don't have that. How to stimulate energy efficiency? How to stimulate poor people? Awareness raising and sharing information is crucial because these processes are interlinked. How to change a paradigm that socially vulnerable citizens are supported only by benefits and subsidies. Energy efficiency should also be integrated. into the programs. In order to finalize, we think that we see 4 aspects at national level: financial, informational, methodological, change of mentality, philosophy, and attention to energy poorness and vulnerable households. But we can't just change something in programs if we don't change other things. Financial aspect. I think all of us know the existing programs and the options we have. We recommend carbonization fund, which becomes revolving fund at national level and gives accessible cheap credits, 5-7%, not just for multi-apartment buildings, but for individual houses as well. Energy efficiency fund gives grants in accordance with qualitative implementation of measures. The more comprehensive the measures are, the higher percentage of the grant is. So if the building has taken energy efficiency measures, the amount of the grant is higher. The next step is to ensure sustainable funding, return of savings, and not just grants. A revolving mechanism shall be the main one, not just eating grants. Specialized dedicated programs supporting vulnerable households and the end of tariff populism. This program should be working at national level for energy efficiency of residential buildings and houses, because now it is only for elite and it is fragmented. We should add informational aspect, senses, narratives, philosophy of the EED and EPBD, promotion, and engage state institutions. We should play the role and pay considerable attention to explanatory work and outreach. Also, the program shall include that the money goes to those who have worse circumstances. How to measure that? I think scoring might be helpful. For example, if we have Hrushivka with energy efficiency F, and we have a good house which wants to improve something, the priority goes to Hrushivka with the highest score and the highest need. If we take it from the angle of the building's life cycle, primary expenses on energy efficiency will have another value, and the situation will look like differently. It seems expensive for everybody, but if you will explain your savings in future, and it's not just money, but also the quality of life and health, it will look differently then. It is a practical implementation to be done today, and create necessary arguments for donors and people. And our recommendations at local level, synergy of programs with national programs to create added value, to stimulate and encourage citizens and not to pay instead of them, and not to do instead of them without their participation, without any contribution. Also to demonstrate examples of public institutions to make it a demo examples and explain that it might be possible to implement in your building as well. And to create local support programs for vulnerable households. That's it, because our research, that's all I wanted to convey to you today. I suspect questions. Tanya, thank you for interesting and insightful presentation. I kindly ask the room any questions to Tanya. My question is, how do you think will it work for the buildings without homeowners associations? Because at the last session, we were talking, if they don't have the homeowners association, they have a managing company. And this company might exercise the same functions as a homeowners association. Nowadays, there are programs. I know that the idea of providing lending for thermomodernization of several buildings in a micro district was discussed by the decarbonization fund. I don't know whether this idea has been implemented or not, but these issues are constantly arised at the level of decarbonization and energy efficiency funds. Let's imagine that they publicly announce that energy efficient fund has additional funds. I don't think that many managers will come up with such projects. Maybe the association will come and send several applications. The complexity is that in any case, the meeting of co-owners is mandatory, needs a lot of management, and our managing companies don't do that. They should do that, but the market is not interested. There is no competitiveness. There is no urgent need to do that. Will be they ready to do that? Maybe they will be if they feel they will get an additional bonus. We can try and see how it will happen, but I think it will be slower. We always need several years if we want to implement any initiative. So if managers start collecting signatures of residents, the situation is likely to improve. And we can't come up with anything new here. If people know how to self-organize, well, they will create homeowners association. Please stay with us. And I give the floor to the head of projects and programs, Energy Efficient Cities of Ukraine, Serhiy Kosharuk. Repower. It's not just about technical solutions, but creating a new power culture in Gromadas. My name is Serhiy Kosharuk. I'm glad to be here with you. And I want to use this opportunity to reach out with the idea of repower. this simple and unique mechanism works very well. It is Vasyl Stepanenko, visionary. He is well known among professionals, and we honor his memory.
But first of all, I would like to say the key element when we talk about the communities are buildings. From the building perspective, energy efficiency perspective, the buildings are commercial, housing, trading. So you can see this image. This is my city. And indeed, the most energy capacity sector is the housing sector. We didn't ask any question about heating, which is the most expensive component of our utility bills. But we don't talk about cold. We don't have clear limits. So, but in case we are talking about the same thermal energy, so when we talk about the climate, I would like to say that the buildings need most energy. So for the previous years, when our buildings were built, and most of them avoided the renovation and repair and maintenance, so their condition are worse than they could be. So the oldest housing is there. So Vasyl Stepanenko believed that some things happen without any help, and the question is if we are ready for them. So this is this transformation of energy supply for buildings. So it depends on the source of energy we as humankind use in the buildings. So there were wood, coal, oil, gas, and 20% of alternative sources in 2025. And if you look at the green color, you will see the great boost of alternative sources of energy, and we can make a conclude that whatever we want, this is the global tendency, and it's better to recognize it and to take it into consideration in your own planning. And Repower is about it. So here, cold and heat and our feelings. Does anyone think about cold in your buildings when we think about heating? I think that you think about it even more than your parents, because at this light you can see this is the fluctuation of temperatures in the buildings. This is the data of the city of Ternopil, but you can see that blue color is cold and the red color is heat. So we have to think how to cool these buildings, and that will continue. We know that if buildings, modernized buildings, will consume less energy 2 times, and then we need additional energy to cool these buildings. So we need to answer the question, how can we do it in technological aspect regarding energy efficiency and less finance? So we are at war right now. We hope for some optimistic focus. We believe in our victory, and we will start to recover our buildings. And one more challenge. Look at this graphics, please. So the previous graphics for the previous years was absolutely correct. And one of these graphics is focused for increasing energy tariffs for budgetary buildings, and the second line, this is energy supply for population, price for this energy. And all experts may say that that may happen even earlier, but everyone agrees that the heating tariffs will increase 3.5 times. So what should we do in this situation? What should vulnerable categories of population do? They can't pay right now, and sometimes the utility bills take 70% of their family budget. So what will they do? That's a tremendous challenge for communities and for their authorities, because inhabitants can't realize it, and we need to inform them about it. Authorities need to get ready what they are going to do in this situation, because these people will not go to the presidential office. They will go to the local council and the General European Plan Repower. It is a plan that have a final goal, so you can achieve this goal and forget about this plan. This is the specific of this plan among other plans. And this plan was developed to implement the energy directive of the EU, but as a tool of fighting against Russia. So this is plan takes natural gas, and I welcome the decision of the European Parliament to ban supply of the Russian natural gas. So Europe thinks about it. So they developed plan. They have plan to refuse to reject natural gas as a tool of Russia's enrichment. So Repower plan is a plan to defeat Russia as soon as possible. So the main components are, first of all, usage solar panel mandatory. The refusal from the natural gas boilers. And ZEP is a zero net standard. It's very expensive. To achieve this goal, you should do a lot in this building. And ZEP is easier. But you should to reject gas boilers and you need to replace them for the biofuel boilers or for pumps, which are quite effective. So the idea is to propose to the communities to use alternative energy sources, and it should be envisaged in the scheme of energy supply of these communities. So the energy supply scheme were old. They reflected the history for the previous years, and the USA, and very often the communities placed new gas boilers, and Europe says let's refuse it, but we are installing new gas boilers for our utilities, and this is very difficult because we can't realize that we should think in another way. So these plans may contain not so cosmic projects. There are a lot of projects, alternative source projects, and there are have some economic reasons, and it's very difficult to find finance for long-term projects, and for this project it's much easier to find finance. For example, to install air pumps in Odessa for 10 megawatts of energy. So the cost of this project 9 million euro, and you can take this money back within 6 years. So another project in Ternopil, energy pumps, heating pumps, water, and 13 million euros. And the payback period 6 years. So that's good for business. And when we talk about the installation of a solar power plant, it's very good for business. Payback period just 5-6 years. So here you can see the payback of this project that you can see on your slide is 5-6 years. And this project 2 years payback period. So business can do it. They just need credits on good conditions. There must be other strategies, community strategies. So when we talk about housing, so heating pumps can work 5-6 years, and even 5-6 years, good thing. We have a lot of private houses, and if we have a plan for this category of houses, and many owners of these houses may take a part in these plans, and they could have savings. And of course, we have a big problem with the multi-story houses, and we could stimulate the competition between these different types of houses, buildings, so that they manage these houses strategically using a wide range of tools without increasing bills, utility tariff within 10 years, for example. And the savings would bring back investment. So in this case, the managing companies may have additional resources, not from inhabitants, but maybe from local authorities. And by the way, where take money for the buildings. The Europeans are ready to help us. UNDP with our ministry signed agreement for 16 million euros in Ukraine. We have a bigger standard for storing energy, for example, to create energy islands as a key element of a decentralized energy system. And this is just for schools, kindergartens, and business, but that they will entail business that will maintain these energy islands, and the business may use credits for these projects. So this ask is of this municipal energy plans is to envisage the measures to implement such technologies, and we think that it's not so difficult. But when we started the implementation, I have just come back from the Eastern. I can see that people believe that authorities should repair their roof. So we need to conduct information campaign. So here you can see the grant programs where you can take credits and loans, how ESCO operates. The ESCO variant Tanya said that there are some buildings where co-owners cooperate very good. They don't want to organize association of house owners. I would like to ask this question, by the way. But here, without local authorities, there is nothing to do here. So in order to build this trust between co-owners of the buildings, there must be a guarantee of this trust. If they take some risks, so in this case, we may succeed. Examples of repower programs, for first of all, the municipal plan for the city of Slavutic. This city can refuse from the fossil fuel. They have very good boilers, and there are a lot of private houses, and in this location they can use thermal farms, and the city calculated its potential where they can install panels, solar panels, and if business is ready to purchase this energy. So municipal energy plan of Ternopil, due to the lack of time, I will not go into details, but I would like to mention the idea of our nation, where to take money. So communities must think about their energy strategies. So I hope that there must be a proposal at the national level. If calculate how much money do we need to replace the gas boilers with the gas farms, so it's $10 billion. If we calculate, and if we sell this gas, that we save this gas, we can back this $50 billion plus small profit. And if we reduce CO2 emissions, we could have even more. So please, this is the example how we can reduce our energy spending. When we save gas, so thanks to these savings, we can pay back these investments. And I hope that uh, even at the national level, we will be heard. Thank you very much for your presentation, quite interesting. And I think that that we were moving into the right direction. So we need to expand possibilities of energy management to see in the municipal plans such programs. So now we are coming back to the idea that e-power, this is the change of the ideology of the community, and this is our goal. And to achieve this goal, everything must work together. So we, for example, receive money. We can't just spend this money without financial strategy. We need to have vision, not just to cover our needs. We need to use them very efficiently.
And now our next topic is financial instruments. Housing Modernization and Development Fund, Kyiv City, Managing Director Alexander Denis and his deputy Katerina Chervinska are with us. Thank you very much for invitation and for introduction, for organizing this panel discussion. We appreciate listening to experts and visionaries. We will tell you about Kyiv experience. Kyiv City since 2015 supports co-funding of the measures in the housing stock. I think many of you are aware of the program 7030. It was created for homeowners associations. In 2016, the program of capital repair was introduced, which allowed repair works for the buildings without homeowners associations created. And the homeowners associations, which have been newly created, received additional assistance. So there is a program of compensation for heating loans, TEPLO. But the problem, which is a barrier to energy efficiency, is passiveness of residents and lack of long-term funding for privileged lending. And our fund is an example of cooperation between deputies of the city council and the community of the homeowners associations. And in 2023, we registered our legal entity Modernization and Development Fund. Our basic task is to lend on a privileged basis. But advisory and consultancy is essential, explaining people the opportunities the state provides. Our task is modernize the housing to support co-owners, and we want to improve energy efficiency of housing in Kyiv. Key pluses of our mechanisms are fastness, if the House submitted an application in April, in July, we visit this house. They have already replaced windows. Second plus is universal nature. Sometimes some programs are not synchronized. Our product enables the people to define what they want to improve. It is time when the topic is not just energy efficiency. One house took a credit for ventilation of the shelter to make it more comfortable. Our mechanism allows us to synchronize it with Kyiv programs and national programs. We are trying to respond quickly at the changes of the Energy Efficiency Fund of Ukraine when they increased the amount of the grant to 10 million hryvnias. We asked people, deputies, to allow homeowners associations to be recipients of larger amounts if they are moving towards energy efficiency. We are not consuming, we are using the resources of the city because we give it to our gromadas. So we can say that we use resources of gromada efficiently, and it is a revolving fund, and the procedure is pretty simple. In our case, the homeowners associations decide what they want to do. They select the supplier, the contractor, and then they submit application to the committee, and they trust this instrument because they are free and they receive financial resources. My question is Kyiv revolving fund. Do you exchange experience with other grandmothers? Do you communicate? And what would you recommend other grandmothers? What are you proud of? We are trying to share experience we communicated with Mykolaiv, All Ukrainian Forum. Katya had a speech. Mykolaiv was interested, and maybe they will use our experience and will follow the same model in Mykolaiv city. We are proud that this project takes place. There were some fears and concern whether it would be implemented, but we are happy we managed, and we are proud of our work, and we are trying to implement. Any questions from room? Online. So everybody returns money on time, yes? So there is no risk. I will return to what Sasha said, 70-30 and co-financing of capital repairs. These main programs have been working for 10 and 9 years respectively. Tanya mentioned the opportunity to finance Hrushivka. First of all, there is scoring, and according to the scoring, people who submit the application the first, if they have high efficiency and if they are the first, they receive the highest score because there is a big competition. Last year, people deputies financed almost all requests, but the building should also participate. 30% of expenses on energy efficiency. For example, they did something for 300,000 hryvnias, and then they asked the city to give 700,000 hryvnias to complete the project. It is a pretty efficient instrument. Many homeowners associations in Ukraine use this instrument, and many buildings have attained high level of energy efficiency within 5-6 years participating in this program. But the complicity is that you need to spend your 30% share. There are numerous challenges now during the war, winter time, problems with electricity, problems with water if it is a high building. And I disagree with Tanya when we are talking about DIM program, that Hrushivkas don't receive anything. Green DIM program closed to problems. sustainability, energy independence, and energy efficiency. 25-story building has 3 or 5 elevators. They spend much more electricity than Hrushivka without pumps, and the energy consumption is low. I am the deputy director of the fund. I am also the head of the homeowners association. Our building was founded in 1985, and a big community of ЖБК and OSBB in Kyiv. We know a lot of practical cases. There is a project, you need your share, and the biggest part is paid by the city. The first question where to get money for this first share. That's why we created our Modernization and Development Fund at the request of the homeowners associations. What do we propose? If it is a credit or lending, it is if it is a lending up to 1 million hryvnias, up to 1 year. We also have credit up to 5 million hryvnias, up to 7 years, and the interest rate is 5%. And it's not a lot given the inflation. And comparing with national programs, our fund is cooperating with multi-apartment buildings who have a manager. It is complicated. Within 1 year and a half, nobody addressed us. Unfortunately, maybe they don't cooperate with co-owners, or people don't trust, or are not aware, or it is due to the war. Very often, homeowners association also face this issue. There is a wartime. If something attacks our building tomorrow, we will have to pay these funds. I am sure when the war is over, we will have more resources and more opportunities. We have already lent 22 million hryvnias in Kyiv. We spent many meetings. Please pay attention to this slide, because we wanted to describe it, how it might work for homeowners association. And it is really important. If the credit is 0.5 million hryvnias and the interest rate is 5%, and they ask the energy efficiency fund for compensation, and they will be compensated within the first 9 months. Then they will submit to the program 7030 in Kyiv. Total value of two projects will be 5 million, and it is about 14% of contributions for co-owners. It really works.
And only in this way we will achieve some energy efficiency results. Thank you, Katerina. I would like to ask a questions, but I can't do it right now. And I will come back to these questions to all of you later regarding your ideas, how to implement them, the power system, and that will be our topic. I also would like to ask you and our guests to think. We started our discussion with the decarbonization, and I would like to ask the questions, but not to receive answer, but just to think if uh, if you could implement a specific idea this year which you could contribute significantly to remodeling of buildings. So what was that idea? What would be that idea? What would be that step? And that is your idea. I would like to to know. I thank you very much to everyone, to our speakers, that you joined our event, that you shared your experience, your knowledge. Thank you very much for coming here, that you sacrificed your weekend. Thank you very much. Please. Thank you very much to our colleagues from Bank Watch. And I'm very glad that we have organized this event, this session number 4, relating to the investment. So please go down. We have another event, 15 minutes, and then we will take a picture. So online speakers, if you would like to see the end of this event, so please switch to the hall number